5155. And tonight we're in for a treat. Our student board member, Alvaro Cerrón Ruiz, will please make the announcement in Espanol.
Llame al 508-924-5155 para interpretación en español para esta reunión de la Junta Escolar. Gracias.
Gracias. Closed captioning is available through live YouTube streaming for the deaf and hard of hearing community. Finally, for those who are not able to observe this meeting being recorded, the meeting is being recorded and can be accessed for later viewing via Prince George's County Public Schools YouTube channel. Now we will move into our meeting with the prayer and the flag salute or Pledge of Allegiance. And again, our board member, Alvaro Cerrón Ruiz, will lead us in prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance.
O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, steer us into action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Cerrón. Ms. Berkeley, would you now call the roll? Good evening.
Here. Here.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
Murray. Mr. Montero.
Here.
Mr. Murray.
Here.
Valentine. Williams.
Present.
Dr.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berkeley. And we do have a quorum. Now we will move to the adoption of the amended agenda for February 24th, 2022. Colleagues, prior to the adoption of the agenda, it should be noted that the legislative update was added after the initial posting of this evening's agenda. So may I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
It has been moved in second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Moving to our next item, approval of board meeting minutes for the November 18th, 2021 board meeting minutes. Motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second that we approve the minutes for November 18th, 2021. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes are adopted. Our next item is our new board. Well, I won't say a new board. The board has established what we call Unsung partner. And these are people in the community, business partners, business community service programs who serve our students outside of the public school system. And today we are recognizing one of our business owners in the community. This month's honoree is Mrs. Vanessa Parrish. Ms. Parrish has been a licensed cosmetologist for 35 years, a business owner for 22 years, and an educator mentor in the field of cosmetology for more than 30 years. She is the owner of Encore Hair Boutique Limited Liability Corporation, a full-service hair salon established in June of 2000, where she has had the privilege of employing and empowering more than 25 or more cosmetologists. She has partnered with Prince George's County Public School Cosmetology Program for over 20 years to help students pass their exams and get licensed. Ms. Parrish has been a member of the Career and Technical Advisory Board for 2 years as well. She has employed and mentored many students in the field of cosmetology over the years and still has a few on her staff. She incorporated and completed her own trademark for her new business endeavor called Trades Secret Training Center in 2019. Trades is her second LLC, which seeks to develop new talent for the cosmetology industry while emphasizing, quote, making professionalism the standard for their career. She seeks to empower women of all walks of life to become professional entrepreneurs, if it is their desire. She has been instrumental in overseeing and encouraging several young entrepreneurs to start their own businesses, including both of her daughters who are in the industry. Colleagues and audience, please join me in acknowledging the March 2022 Unsung Partner, Mrs. Vanessa Parrish. I'd like the board members to come up front so we can take a picture with our Unsung, and then we will proceed with our meeting. Okay, back to our agenda. Now we will have the report of the chair. And can't find my report. So we will move on to the next item in the agenda, and I will come back. We will now have a moment of silence. Colleagues, at this time, I ask that you all join me in honoring the memory of the following Prince George's County Public Schools students, staff, family, and community members with a moment of silence. First, the Honorable Kevin Ward, Mayor of Hyattsville, Maryland. The Honorable Jack Sims, former Mayor of District Heights, Maryland. Annette Williams, School Secretary, Capitol Heights. Carolyn Kauser, Food Service Assistant, Columbia Park Elementary School. Salvacion Mendoza, teacher, Bladensburg High School. Samuel Tucker, bus driver, Surrattsville bus lot. Wayne Thomas Murga, teacher, Coral Rice Elementary School. Brandon Graham, building supervisor, Tulip Grove Elementary School. David Costal, paraprofessional educator, Martin Luther King Middle School. Alethea Wilkins, teacher, Suitland High School. Please continue to keep these families in your thoughts and prayers. Colleagues, I would like to take a few minutes to announce the resignation of our colleague, Rahila Ahmed. Mrs. Ahmed officially resigned last week after 5 years of service on the Board of Education. During her tenure on the board, Ms. Ahmed was an active participant in the board's standing committee's work as a member of the Budget and Operations Committee, currently known as our Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee, and serving as Vice Chair and Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee. On behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to thank Ms. Ahmed for her service. Please check our webpage for information about upcoming board meetings. And our next public meeting of the board will be held Monday, February 28th at 5:30 p.m. That will be the Academic Achievement Committee meeting. Tuesday, March 1st, Policy and Governance Committee meeting, and Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m., which will be the board meeting. And before we go to the report of the Chief Executive Officer, in my comments, I wanted to convey to the public that with the resignation of Ms. Ahmed, that leaves one of our primary committees absent leadership. And I was asked, I would like the board to concur with my recommendation to name Board Member Judy Mickens Murray as the Chair of Policy and Government, and Board Member Pam Boozer Strother to serve as the Vice Chair. Are there any objections to this recommendation?
I move that we accept the recommendation of the chair to name Ms. Judy Mickens Murray as Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee and serving as Vice Chair, Board Member Pam Boozer Strother. We'll need a second.
Second.
It has been moved and second to accept the recommendation of Board Member Judy Mickens Murray as the new chair for the Policy and Government Committee, and Board Member Pam Boozer Strother as the vice chair of that committee. All in favor? Oppose? I didn't ask whether there was a discussion, so I guess there's no discussion, and the ayes have it. Congratulations, board members. With that, we will move to the report of the Chief Executive Officer. Dr. Golson, please present your report.
Thank you. Good evening. Prince George's County Public Schools has been named a Silver Award winner in the National School Boards Association 2022 Magna Awards program. Our district was recognized for its commitment to equity through language immersion programs and is one of just 18 winners, 3 grand prize, and 15 silver award winners across the nation receiving this honor. Our voluntary student COVID-19 home testing program concludes on Sunday, February 27th, 2022. This will be the last Sunday we're asking parents to upload test results. We are grateful for our parents' support by testing their child weekly to help us ensure our schools are safe. We continue to encourage all families to get vaccinated for COVID-19. We'll continue to partner with the Prince George's County Health Department to host free vaccination clinics in schools. And we are hosting second dose clinics through next week. For details and a clinic schedule, please visit our website. We have partnered with TutorMe to provide free online tutoring for all students. Students can connect with a live tutor in under 30 seconds to help with more than 300 subjects, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Visit our website for more details. Thank you to the more than 10,000 families and staff members who shared their input through our 2022-2023 school calendar survey. Your feedback helps us to develop a calendar that best meets the needs of our school community. The calendar of choice by staff, students, and parents will be presented as a first reader during the March 10th, 2022 Board of Education meeting. Thank you, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Golson. Now I will go back to the report of the chair. We were unable to conduct an executive committee meeting today because of the absence of 5 of our elected board members. However, moving forward, I would like to, for transparency purposes, let the public know that the board will be putting out another RFP, request for proposal, for legal services. I have invited someone from procurement to give us a briefing of the process that will be followed and adhered to. Ms. Donna Parks, is she still here? Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Wilson, members of the school district and community. My name is Donna Parks. I'm the supervisor of operations for purchasing department for Prince George's County Public Schools. I'm sorry? I'm speaking to the mic. Thank you. On behalf of the purchasing department, we would like to take this opportunity to provide the board, school district, and community with an update on the status of the legal services procurement for the Board of Education. First, I would like to take a moment to provide you with background information regarding the RFP for legal services that was previously released in 2021. In response to RFP 02521, the purchasing department received 4 proposals. The proposals went through the evaluation process and were rejected prior to award of the contract. The RFP was canceled in November 2021. The RFP was canceled in accordance with the general provisions listed in the RFP under the authority of the Comar State Procurement Regulations, Title 21, Subtitle 6, Chapter 2, Item Number C1 that states, after opening of bids and proposals, but before award, all bids or proposals may be rejected in whole or in part when the procurement agency, with approval of the appropriate department, head or designee, determines that this action is fiscally advantageous or otherwise in the state's best interest. The purchasing department utilized this authority in accordance with this state regulation to reject all proposals. All respondents to the RFP 02521 were notified of its cancellation, as well as the intent to rebid the solicitation at a later date. Well, that later date is now quickly approaching. A draft of the RFP rebid has been prepared and is in the final stages of being approved prior to the anticipated date of release, tentatively scheduled for Monday, February 28, 2022. The solicitation will be posted on email and Marketplace Advantage, as well as on the Purchasing PGCPS website. The 4 respondents that participated in the solicitation process for the previous RFP for legal services will be notified on the date of the release of the RFP rebid. Those respondents as well as any new respondents, are welcome and are encouraged to participate in the RFP rebid procurement process. The solicitation will be posted on Email and Marketplace Advantage again, as well as on the PGCPS purchasing website. Should anyone have any questions regarding the RFP rebid, should submit all questions in writing to the purchasing department. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And it is to be noted that we will begin the process of putting out an RFP for permanent legal service. Currently, we do have legal counsel on a temporary basis, and this RFP is to solicit for permanent legal counsel. That process should take approximately, Ms. Parks indicated, anywhere from 30 days, 2 months, correct. So prayerfully, we will have our permanent legal counsel by June, hopefully, May or June. Okay, moving forward, I need to make another note that upon becoming the vice chair for the Policy and Governance Committee, Ms. Boozer is leaving the budget and not taxation, the Office of OBAFA, Office of Budget and Finance Committee, to move to Policy and Governance. But we still have the complement of 4 members on the Budget and Finance Committee right now. So until such time there occur any other vacancies, they will be announced to the public. Moving forward, we will begin with a progress report from the Academic Achievement Committee. Board Member Adam Stafford, who is the chair of the committee, would you please present your report?
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So the Academic Achievement Committee has the following charge. It is charged with overseeing on behalf of the Board of Education the development and implementation of the school system's academic programs, operations involving student affairs and initiatives designed to ensure effective and timely parent and community engagement with the school system. The committee's portfolio shall also include issues involving closing gaps in student academic performance, extracurricular activities, improving outcomes in low-performing schools and underserved populations, enhancing outcomes for high-performing schools and students, and addressing issues involving educational equity. Upon adoption of academic, extracurricular, and parent and community engagement policies by the Board of Education, the committee shall monitor the implementation of the policies. The chair of the Academic Achievement Committee or their designee shall serve as the board's liaison to the Washington area boards of education. So the members of the committee are myself as committee chair, Joshua Thomas as the vice chair, Alvaro Serran Ruiz, the student member of the board, Paul Montiero, Curtis Valentine, and Dr. Judy White, the chief academic officer. We have been meeting regularly each month since September 2021. Our final meeting is scheduled to be June 13th, 2022. Our work plan was confirmed at the September 27th meeting in 2021. So some of the topics that we have focused on this year have been literacy for special education and special education baseline data, culturally responsive classrooms, acceleration versus remediation, literacy in mathematics, an update on the career and technical education programs, literacy for English language learners, and most recently we talked about our response to intervention programs, also known as RTI, and multi-tiered systems of support, in addition to positive behavioral interventions and supports. In the coming months, we look forward to our work focusing on the following topics: literacy in science and social studies, bridge to excellent schools, community schools, teacher and principal evaluations, teacher recruitment, principal rotation and leadership opportunities, family and community engagement, special education reports, and progress on our English language learning goals. In closing, I would like to thank the committee vice chair, board member Thomas, our committee members, chief academic officer, Dr. Judy White, our board liaison, Valerie Irvin, and support staff for their positive and collaborative work ethic. I look forward to finishing the remainder of this school year PGCPS strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Adam Stafford. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, we'll move to,
I had a question about our previous presentation that we just had. I think we were supposed to take a vote on the RFP for permanent legal services.
no vote. We were supposed to take care of some business in the executive session, and 5 of you were absent. So we will move on, and we will deal with the RFP once it is presented to us for review. Next, we will go to the Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee recommendations regarding fiscal year 2023 proposed operating budget. Board Member Belinda Queen is the chair of that committee, and she will present her committee's recommendations.
I'm going to ask my vice chair. Unfortunately, when I got locked out of my system, when it was assumed that I was going to get, when it was assumed that I was going to resign, so now I'm not able really to get on right now. And that's what happened when that is done. So if you can get that report for me, Ken, so I can figure out how I can get on.
Yeah, no problem.
For the sake of the public, clarification, Board Member Queen had announced last week or a couple of weeks ago of her retirement, and then there was a change. Prior to that, the notification was not given to our technology department, evidently. And so that is what has caused her to have the glitch in not being able to get into her emails or her computer. So with that, Mr. Harris, you are the vice chair.
Correction, Madam Chair. I said intent. I never said that I was going to resign. I guess it was under assumption because I said I was going to intent to give my resignation or talk about it at my budget committee meeting, but I never officially resigned. No offense, but it was really, and I use the word tacky, the way that I was locked out the system on the 16th, couldn't get emails. It was, and when people tried to send me emails, so let's say the real deal, it was saying that that email didn't exist, which is so tacky for Prince George's County Public Schools, because any business, even when someone leaves, you forward the email to another person. You don't just disconnect the email system, because as a board member, it's still constituents that have to be represented. So if you're going to correct it, let's correct it right.
Thank you, Board Member Queen. Board Member Harris, would you proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling on me. The Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee held a virtual meeting on February 16, 2022, with the following members in attendance: Belinda Queen, Committee Chair; myself, Kenneth Harris, Committee Vice Chair; Dr. Juanita Miller, Board Chair; Pamela Boozer-Struther, and David Murray. Board members Shayla Adams Stafford and Judy Mickens Murray joined the meeting as guests. The committee discussed the following FY 2023 proposed operating budget amendment: technical support for special education, expansion of restorative practices training, above increased custodial services, parent to paraprofessional programs, alternative schools, lunch and recess monitors. In addition, the following budget amendments were offered from the floor during the committee meeting: technical support for special education, estimated budget implications, $1,680,861. $1,680,861. I'm reading this too fast. Expansion of restorative practices training, parent to paraprofessionals or programs, alternative schools. The above referenced budget amendments were approved by a majority vote of the committee. The committee voted unanimously to approve the Chief Executive Officer's fiscal year 2023 operating budget. The committee's recommendation is being forwarded to the Board of Education for consideration during the February 24, 2022 board meeting.
May I have a second for the recommendation? It is, who's second? You, Belinda? Okay. It has been moved and second to accept the recommendations of the Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee regarding the FY 2023 proposed operating budget. All in favor? Well, first of all, is there any discussion?
Point of clarification. Are we
Yes.
voting on the amendments themselves or on the report that was given?
We're on the report. I don't think he gave any recommendations. How many did you give? 2? 3? Well, then we have,
There's 4 amendments.
the second was 4. This motion was to accept the report. This was to accept the report. Board Member Valentine.
I'm sorry, say it again?
This motion is to accept the report.
Okay, and so the actual amendments will be considered when we consider the budget, correct?
Correct.
Thank
you. Any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? All abstaining?
I abstain from accepting the report.
I'm unclear because we didn't have to accept my report. I'm just understanding what's happening right now.
Because this report contained recommendations, so we want to accept the report so that we can move forward with the recommendations that the committee made. Your report did not contain any recommendations, board member. But if you would like for us to vote to approve it, we can do that as well. So I'm not getting any responses from my board members. What's going on? There's a motion on the floor to accept the report of the Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Saram Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mrs. Mickens Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Montero.
Aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Queen.
Aye.
Mr. Thomas.
Aye.
Mr. Valentine.
Aye.
Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Dr. Miller.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, the motion to approve the report of the Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee has been approved. Now we will move into the recommendations. Mr. Harris, would you read the first recommendation?
Sorry, it's not printing. 1 second. Okay, the first one will be technical support for special education. Prince George's County Public Schools.
Can you read slower and into your mic so everyone
Yes,
can
ma'am.
hear?
So the first one is technical support for special education. Prince George's County Public Schools has developed its own online tracking system to facilitate student intervention and student support teams in their documentation of student progress toward academic and behavioral interventions. Schools and teams need more technical assistance to implement this with fidelity and ensure that staff is adequately leveraging this resource. It is our request that schools be granted more technical assistance in order to engage in the successful implementation of multi-tier systems of support. As part of this budget amendment, the district can use the funds to provide high-need schools with the following: paid time for data entry, technical support, and paid training. This amendment was prepared by Board Member Rahila Ahmed and Shayla Adams Stafford.
Is there a motion to accept this recommendation?
So moved. I thought we said we were voting on the amendments when we voted on the budget.
Well, you thought, and I said we would. And I'm doing it now. Dr. Golson.
Yes, I just wanted to have an opportunity, if we're going to go through each amendment, to provide administration's response to each of those amendments before there's a board vote.
So are you asking that we wait until we get into the budget?
Whatever the process is, I'm just asking
Well,
to be
the
able
process
to.
is for us to vote on it now.
Got
but
it.
If
No problem.
there's a preference,
So let me speak to the very first one,
Thank
which
you.
was the
Technical
technical
support.
support for special education. We have provided a summary of a response to that request, and the cost for additional technical support for special education staff is also part of our negotiated agreement. So we do provide 5 substitute days for our special education school-based staff to complete any reports that they have to complete, no more than 2 days per month. And we expect to continue to offer that in our new negotiated agreement if it is determined through the union and through you for final approval. Please note that as of today, only 50 people have utilized that service.
thank you, Dr. Golson. Board Member Murray?
Thank you, Dr. Miller. I just, talking to colleagues, typically we would discuss these during the budget portion of the meeting, so I was just going to ask if we could discuss the amendments during the actual budget portion instead of right now.
Sure you can.
Thank you.
No problem. Are there any objections to that? Okay. Then we will move on to the next item on the agenda. We will now have our public comments on the agenda. Public comments. And this evening, we have 15 registered live public comment speakers.
Dr. Golson, Dr. Miller, we have 2.12, Policy and Governance Committee Leadership and Legislative.
We did that. That's where it says the
No.
resignation of, this is the one I. Okay, we're getting it together.
The legislative update, Dr. Miller.
Okay, we are going to move into the legislative update, which we received earlier today. So the vice chair will be the committee chair will be providing that information. Judy?
Yes, it's, okay, this is the legislative update,
Correct.
and this will be from myself and Mrs. Irvin.
Ms. Irving, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, colleagues. I am proud to serve as your liaison this year to the MABE Legislative Committee. I have been presenting biweekly reports to the Policy and Governance Committee during this 90-day legislative session and have been collaborating with the administration on these reports. One of the policy-related issues that recently came through the MABE Legislative Committee is the newest model on bullying. We will be discussing this in the Policy and Governance meeting in the coming weeks. MABE, as you know, is one of the most effective lobbying organizations in Maryland and works on behalf of all 24 boards of education in the state. Ms. Irvin will now give a report that highlights some of the legislation that has been tracking along with MABE. I look forward to working with you throughout the remainder of the legislative session on bills that are important to our school system. Thank you. Ms. Irvin?
Good evening, Chair Miller and Vice Chair Williams and members of the board. I'm here to highlight some of the bills that we are tracking in Annapolis during this 90-day session. These bills have the potential to impact our school system in both positive and sometimes negative ways. You should have received a copy of this report with a link to the tracking sheet that indicate all the bills that we are following. They are color-coded to indicate the highest priority bills, the bills that are on hold or medium priority, and the last category are bills that have low impact. The General Assembly's 2022 legislative session convened on January 12, 2022, and will adjourn sine die on April 11, 2022. As of February 17, 2022, 2,406 bills have been introduced in the legislature, 1,436 in the House, and 970 in the Senate. The crossover date by which each chamber should report on bills it intends to pass favorably is March 21, 2022. The governor introduced his proposed FY 2023 budget. Included in that budget is funding for public schools that totals $8.15 billion for K through 12 education, $1.44.1 million to expand full-day pre-kindergarten for low-income 3- and 4-year-olds, and $1 billion for school construction. Of course, as we move closer to crossover on March 21st, 2022, bills are moving through public hearings and are being amended as they proceed to the Senate. We continue to receive daily updates and will report to the Policy and Governance Committee on a bi-weekly basis. As a matter of fact, one of the bills that is very important to our school system is a bill that was just recently introduced by Senator Nancy King and had its first hearing yesterday. It will also be added to our list. It's Senate Bill 640, which will ensure that all school districts who have had a decline in enrollment during the pandemic will still receive the same maintenance of effort funding as the previous year. This bill further ensures that those counties that receive federal funds to exceed MOE requirements will not be penalized for it next year. School systems will need all the support necessary to navigate through this pandemic, and that is what Senate Bill 640 is attempting to do. I'm going to highlight just a few bills because this list is very long, and if you've received your packet, you will see that there are over 150 bills that we're tracking that are education-related that have impact on Prince George's County Public Schools. One of the first bills that I want to cover with you is the Interagency Commission on School Construction Systemic Renovation Projects Eligibility, sponsored by Delegate Watson on the House side and Senator Hester and Gazzoni on the Senate side. The status of this bill is that it has already been to its third reading, which passed 45-0 on February 3rd, and is now being referred to the Senate Appropriations on first reading. This bill would require the Interagency Commission on School Construction to consider systemic renovation projects, regardless of cost, as eligible for funding from the Supplemental Public School Construction Facilities Fund. Another bill we're closely monitoring is a bill, Education Crimes on School Grounds Applications, sponsored by Delegate Ruth on the House side and Senator Washington on the Senate side. The status of this bill is that it's in the Senate. It was heard at second reading in the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee and was passed through that committee 7-4. In the House, this bill was heard on January 20th in Ways and Means and was reported out favorably 14-7-1, and it was adopted on February 17th, 2022. MABE is in support of this bill. What this bill does, it seeks to modify the current education code, which currently allows for students to be charged with a misdemeanor for disturbing school activities. In the current code, students can be arrested for, quote, typical adolescent behavior, like talking back or refusing to follow directions, etc. There are disparities associated with the current law, and the sponsor believes that this bill does not belong in the education. Another bill that I wanted to speak on was one that has to do with reducing waste and composting. It's House Bill 150 and Senate Bill 124. This bill seeks to reduce food waste that harms the environment, that ends up in landfills and incinerators. The sponsor believes that this bill addresses hunger and the environment. This bill would create a grant program with MSCE and would allocate those funds through the Maryland Association for Environmental and Outdoor Education. Schools would need to apply for these funds to assist their schools in developing compost programs to help reduce food waste. And there is a fiscal note attached to this bill for $500,000. I'm going to just do one more of the bills and then ask board members if they have questions. And one is, well, there are two local bills that have not been heard yet. They're going to be heard tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. In the Prince George's County Delegation Subcommittee on Education. And those bills are, one, the non-use of public school facilities. This bill will be heard, I just said that, tomorrow. And the other one is Prince George's County Work Group on the Membership and Operations of the Prince George's County Board of Education, House Bill 355, Prince George's 503-22. This bill would establish the work group on the membership and operation of the Prince George's County Board of Education. And that is my report for this evening, and if you have any questions, I will take those now.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Are there any questions from board members relative to the legislative report? Board Member Queen.
Thank you so very much for the report. The last statement you just made on House Bill 355, 3-12, can you explain what that is about again?
Let me find it. I was just...
Because it's like you went through it, I just want to make sure that everybody heard what it was, and so we all know it's, and the public know, and the
Give me
stakeholders.
one sec. This is the bill that will be heard tomorrow morning in the Prince George's County Delegation. It's House Bill 355. It's also known as Prince George's 503-22. It is the Prince George's County Work Group on the membership and operations of the Prince George's County Board of Education. This bill will be heard for the first time actually tomorrow morning. So I will have something to report out at the next Policy and Governance Committee meeting.
Did you have another question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So my question is, are you doing any lobby or any lobbyists, anything on the bill, or you just going to listen?
On these bills, until we know more and then I can come back and report to the committee, I don't go as a lobbyist, I go to listen.
Just to listen? Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Irving, other members of the board are invited to sit in on that education committee meeting. Am I correct?
Absolutely. It's you're welcome to, the whole public is welcome to sit in on those meetings, yes.
So would you send the link for them to?
Yeah, that
they're
I will
interested.
do that. They usually send the link out. It might be in my box tonight, as a matter of fact, so I will forward that on.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for the report. Any other questions, board members? No other questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irvin.
No other questions. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the public comment. We have 15 registered live public comment speakers this evening. You have been registered to speak in a public forum where the Board of Education will listen to your comments. The board will not address your comments. You must speak on the topic for which you have been registered. All registered speakers will have 3 minutes to provide comments. At the sound of the buzzer, speakers may complete that sentence only. Registered speakers may not relinquish any part of their speaking time to another registered or unregistered individual. Speakers may not address individuals or issues with profanity or derogatory terms. You will be warned once. If you continue, you may be asked to leave the meeting. Speakers are encouraged to use titles rather than names. For example, principal, CEO, board member, deputy superintendent, etc. Your adherence to these guidelines will enable the public participation process to move smoothly. Our first registered speaker for tonight is the Honorable Edward Burrows, but I don't think he is here. Okay, moving on. Next speaker is Gerda Theodore, 12th grade student at community-based classroom, the closing of CBC and alternative high schools.
Can you hear me? It's Jerda, as in with a J, Jerda. Hey, good evening. My name is Jerda Theodore, and I am a senior at the community-based classroom school. Out of all of the board meetings, everyone knows this is the most important one. I just want everyone to sit and realize the reason why we are doing this, to see why we are taking the time out of our lives for this. Some say what we are doing is useless, and because we are seniors, this wouldn't even affect us in the end. But all of that is nonsense. Every year, I always start my school year strong. Then I will end up just going to summer school. As you may know, ingenuity. Every single time I failed, it was like I had a curse. But it's like it was built for students who didn't struggle or had any disabilities. Only way for you to get help, only way for you to say like, yeah, I can't do this is unless it's on paper. But I always had those two people by my side to push me. Then of course I got pushed out of school and came here. Saying that I love it is just an understatement. Even my parents were shocked to see how I'm doing. Look at me. This is something I wouldn't normally do, but I'm here. I ran for president and got elected. I've been at every board meeting that we knew of. CBC showed me that I have a voice, and now I'm using it. And now I want to do what people did for me. Someone was always in my corner. Now it's time for me to pay it forward. Please hear me out. We need this school. It has been a big place in our hearts, and honestly, taking it away would be heartbreaking. Clearly, as you can see and hear, we didn't listen to the people doubting us. We didn't listen because we know what really goes on in here and why we need this school in the first place. I ask you to please listen to what we have to say and take it into consideration. The alternative schools are doing so much for us, so why do you have to take it away? Thank you for your time.
Next, we will have Rachel Sherman, constituent, proposed budget affecting alternative school program.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Actually, my name is Dr. Rachel Sherman. I am a former at-risk youth in Prince George's County. I dropped out of Prince George's County Public Schools in 2003 after having a meeting with Principal Robert Berry, my guidance counselor, Ms. Hammond, and my mother. I had this meeting because I was intellectually unchallenged in these schools. When I attended, I had classes, approximately 30 to 40 students in one class. When I met with my principal, I told him the reason that I got into trouble and the reason I didn't attend class is because I was bored. And he told me it should be an easy A. At the age of 16, I walked into the guidance counselor's office and I withdrew myself. I took a job at Burger King in Lanham, and my mother was strong enough to find me an out-of-state alternative program. And let's be clear, the mischievous behavior I got into, my mother had full and well intended to bury me next to my father before she ever imagined I would walk across the stage of any academic institution. And if it wasn't for this alternative program, I would not be here today. I graduated with my GED. I went on to join the military. I obtained my associates, my bachelor's in nursing, my master's in nursing, my doctorate of nursing practice, and I'm enrolled in University of Maryland pursuing a second doctoral degree in palliative care, the first program in the nation. I was one of 11 students accepted. I'm here to tell you, as a former at-risk youth student in Prince George's County, it's not that I was not capable. I didn't have a program that suited me, which was an alternative program. If we shut down programs like CBC, you are essentially saying to former at-risk youth students and current students that they don't matter, and these programs do matter. So I'm here today to support CBC and the funding of any alternative program. We can't afford to shut these programs down, because if you ignore students like myself, you are ignoring your future. And I just wanted to comment that I'm concerned at the level of discord, variance, and cacophony that I've seen at this meeting tonight. It is truly concerning that we are more focused on issues or personal issues rather than the future of our children. So in the best interest of our children, I strongly encourage the board to recenter its focus on our children, their future, and I encourage you to make decisions that are in their best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Joseph Colbert, Constituent Alternative School Programs.
Thank you for having me. The question is, when we're thinking about closing the alternative schools, what will we do with the students? What would the students do? I have an answer for you. At 17 years old, I was convicted of 2 attempted murders and sentenced to 20 years. I was kicked out of Suitland High School, as they call it, because of my behavior. Now let's just think about our youth that's in this school that is graduating at a high rate. A high rate. What are we telling them? What type of message are we telling them? And what will happen to our children? So I'm here standing today to tell you that if we do not fund this school, if we do not keep these schools open, we run the chance and the risk of sending our babies to prison. We run the chance and the risk of one of us being hurt by one of these students, whether it be robbed, whether you be shot. It's a very necessary program for our children. I'm asking you to keep our schools open. 17 years old, I was sentenced to 20 years. There was no alternative school for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Zena Whitworth, Constituent Saving CBC Supporting Teachers.
Peace and purpose, everyone. Yesterday, a student came to me and said, "Hey, Ms. Whitworth, I'm withdrawing, I'm dropping out." And my dungeon shook at that moment. I've been working with that student all year, his family's house burned down. He has a lot of issues. He left school, they stealing cars, they coming back. But why isn't he in school? He only goes to one class, and that's my class. Cultural responsive teaching. You have to know the students that are in your classroom. You have to know where they're coming from and what they're doing. What does it mean to be at risk? What does it mean to be alternative? As a child with foreign parents, we are alternative kids. We are at-risk kids because we come into an American society and we're trying to fit in, but we don't, no matter how much we try. A great man once said, "Suffer little children and forbid them not to come unto me." And I always think about suffering. Why do we have to suffer? Why is there a fear culture in this county? Why is everybody afraid to speak up? Then I researched the word suffer, and it says allow. It says let. Let the children. Allow the children. And we don't let and we don't allow. Our children remain silent. They're afraid to speak. How do I know that? Because the adults that teach them are afraid to speak. The adults that teach them are afraid to come out and ask for anything. We worked through the pandemic without anything. I come in here tonight, yesterday, you gotta have 72 hours negative, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. How wonderful is that we're socially distancing here and we have to go through all those protocols. But tomorrow, when I go into my building of 2,600, there's none of that. None, zero. What is at risk? We are all at risk. This board is at risk. This is embarrassing. I don't know what to say. I've asked before. I just want to get out. I can't even stomach the fact that if you say no to alternative schools and no to restorative practices, what are you really saying to the people of Prince George's County? You don't care about us. I want out. I want you to buy me out. I got 5 years left. I don't think I have it in me if you say no to this. And even if you say yes, I got to go back to CBC because that's where I work. And it's a We're not even there. You can't even see our footprints on the building or anything. And for you all to decide no, what are you saying no to? And that's when I got to put everything on the hammer. Thank God that Hogan finally released that blueprint money. There's no excuses. Fund that, fund C-STEM, and definitely fund me so I can retire and not die before I leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tammy Williams, constituent saving CVC in the school year 2023 budget and beyond.
Greetings, Board of Education members. This is a most serious matter. I am Dr. Tammy Williams, and I am the principal of Community-Based Classroom, CBC. I've been the principal since 2005, and this role is far more than a job to me. It is a true calling and an important mission. I am here to advocate and share facts about my school and the thriving students that attend CBC. Fact number one, CBC earned a 95% graduation rate and a 93% attendance rate in 2020. In 2019, the successful datas were 90.6 graduation rate, 91% attendance rate. In 2018, CBC achieved a 93.94% graduation rate and a 91% attendance rate. Fact number two, yearly CBC provides the supporters and advocates, the champions, that our at-risk students so desperately need, with a caring, professional, and dedicated staff who go above and beyond. How can the Board of Education improve CBC today and in the future? CBC would greatly benefit from a social worker with substance abuse specialty, a mental health clinician for student therapy, and an assistant principal instructional specialist. Also, if the Board of Education would provide CBC with its own modern space, similar to the trailer that Annapolis Road has, with plumbing and electricity, that would be most beneficial. Fact number three, the outpouring of support for CBC from this school community. Over 100 people have spoken to you about our beloved community-based classroom and what we do to help at-risk students when they come to us. To the staff, alumni, parents, business partners, advocates, and students who would not be silenced by those threatening calls, thank you. Our school community has worked tirelessly to show you that CBC must remain an option for at-risk students in this county who deserve and need small classes taught by dynamic, engaging, and proficient teachers, not an online edgenuity do-it-yourself program. These students need flexible schedules during the morning, afternoon, and evening so that they can go to work and parent if necessary. They do not need the pressure of being in school all day, every day, taking classes that they don't need in most cases to meet their graduation requirement. Tonight, I stand before you as their humble leader and ask you to please vote yes to the amendment to do what is right. Let us all stop the school to prison pipeline. Please work. Please vote. Please do the right thing and what is in the best interest of these young students, our at-risk students who we love dearly, and keep CBC's doors open for the indefinite future. Thank you.
Jana Parker.
So my name is Jana Parker, and I'm speaking on behalf of PG Changemakers, a grassroots organization founded in Prince George's County by two women, Amity Pope and Crystal Orieva, shortly after the murder of George Floyd. This state and locally recognized organization that has received awards throughout the county and throughout the state continues to work on advocacy issues, specifically related to education within our community. One of the things that we wanted to champion tonight was to encourage the board members to vote positively on 4 amendments. We also wanted to make a public thank you to board member Curtis Valentine and Kayla Adams Stafford for continuing to ensure the voice of student activists are heard. we would like for you to vote on passing the budget amendment to reduce teacher workloads. The foundation of a community is their teachers and their staff, and we must make sure that we are honoring them by reducing their workloads so they can give back to our students and to our public. We're asking you to pass the expansion of restorative practices, training for support staff and teachers. It is important to give our teachers other alternatives in regards to how we show our children that they can move forward in tough and challenging situations. Additionally, pass the parent to paraprofessional program to increase diversity in our teaching workforce and to continue to bring our community within our schools. And finally, most important, please listen to the voices of the constituents, all over 100 of them that have come out and spoke, and pass the amendment to keep our alternative high schools open. There is something deeply disturbing about not putting financial priorities around a successful program that highlights and supports at-risk youth within our community. It sends a message to our community that the people on the school board do not value our most vulnerable population, and that them that are voted in or anyone else that is attached to them should be held accountable to that. And finally, on a personal note, the restrictions that you have put in regards to the school board meetings that don't ne'er have anything to do with all those kids going to school every day that don't have masks, well, they have masks, but don't have as near all these restrictions to come in here. I feel like the only purpose for that is to continue to reduce public interaction and parent engagement within school board meetings, and it should stop tonight. And that if our kids can go to school and be around people 5 seconds away from each other, then you can get up in here and be with all the community that come and support their children daily. Thank you.
Thank you. Felix Berto Lazaro, TGCEA and Board of Directors, hiring more custodial staff.
Good evening, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the Board of Education, Madam CEO, PGCPS officials, parents, and guests. My name is Felix Lazaro. That's the operative last name, Lazaro. A member of the Board of Directors of PGCEA or Prince George's County Educators Association. I would rather say more popularly known as PGCEA. I am standing before you at this time to put forth the need to hire additional custodial staff in school districts. Let me digress a little. That means in every school building. Actually, I am doing this in advance or ahead of the proposal coming out of the committee. Let me make an analogy here. In a conflict or in an adversarial situation, the Navy SEAL is the first team to sweep the area in order to neutralize any antagonistic forces that are combat ready to annihilate the incoming contingent. The Navy SEAL has the capability to do it. Why? Because they are equipped, trained, and ready to do their charges. Let us apply this in our school buildings. We have the custodial staff who make the sacrifices and have the expertise to neutralize the combat-ready germs and viruses in and out of the school buildings. They may not have the resources of the U.S. Marines, but they are armed with mops, sanitizers, and buckets. They are the virus busters. Let me say that again. They are the virus busters. They are ready to face, without any reservation, the Delta, Lambda, Omicron viruses, and now we have the sub-variants that can place our students, teachers, and staff in danger. Without the virus busters, our students and staff become an easy prey to these dangerous pandemic viruses. So what do we do next? We need to hire additional custodial staff, or at least the sufficient number of them, in order to keep our learning environment safe and free from any infectious, death-causing pandemic viruses. I could not emphasize enough the role and the death-defying sacrifices made by our custodial staff. They have the boldness to keep our surroundings clean and sanitized so that the students, teachers, and staff are ready for their learning experiences without any fear of getting infected with the virus. I appeal to our leaders, the Board of Education, Madam CEO, and the ranking officials of PGCPS to treat this matter of hiring additional custodial staff with utmost importance. You can come to my school as well. Thank you. Mabuhay.
Thank you. Phyllis Wright, constituent, alternative schools and evening schools.
Good evening to everyone here. Accountability. Accountability. You know I love you so much. But just sitting here, listening to all of these teachers, children, about closing schools. Today, I got 4 phone calls. Let's talk about our schools. We got wives. We got knives and guns in there. We got suitmen. We got 4 fights in there with the parents and the children. We need metal detectors in our schools, and we have money. Please, do not shut this school down. This school is showing us what all the schools in Prince George's County should be doing. They are an example. They need to see the teachers here care about our children. They care. Why are we going to shut down something that's going to help our people? It's always us, hurting us. We're here for our children. Now let's do the right thing for our kids. Everybody on this board, how many board members walk down those buildings in those schools, talk to those children, talk to the staff, talk to the principal? How many? Tell me how many of you all on this board sit there and do nothing, but then you want to make decisions. I feel so sorry for you, my sister. I really do. I feel so sorry for you because you are awful. You are an awful person because you don't care. You just want to be something else to put on your accolade. You shouldn't be here. We need people on this board like Dr. Golston who cares about our children. Who cares? And I'm so glad that the final decision comes to you and the county exec and not to her, because we will be in trouble. Please do not shut down this school. Make more schools like this school. Our class size, 40 and 50 children, and the class sizes, Dr. Golston, these kids are not learning, and you want to shut down more schools. Listen, I just got out the hospital. The only reason why I'm here today, because somebody got to fight for our babies. And if we don't fight for our children, what's going to happen? You know where they're going to go? Prison to pipeline. Give them the education that they deserve. Unless we do that for them, it's our responsibility. I'm 61 years old. I got 2 beautiful babies that's counting on me to make sure that they get what they deserve. And I know and trust and believe in you. And I know your hands are tied because you're dealing with mess like this. But God knows he got your back. He got your back, and so do we. So just do the right thing in here, because the final decision belongs to you and the county exec. And that's who we need to talk to. We don't need the board. I like to see some of these board members go to these schools that you're trying to shut down. You probably never even walked in a schoolhouse and asked anybody how they're doing today. From the custodian down to the secretary to the children in the office. So what we need to do is help each other. Invest in our children because they are our future. You just as old as I am or older, so we got to give them babies a chance. I don't have no more to say to you people, but get on your jobs and do what my tax dollars paid you to do. Yeah.
Kimberly Taylor, constituent, CBC, possible closure.
Good evening, Pastor Kimberly Taylor at large. And after following something like that, usually we change our messages. And so I'm doing that. I'm changing my message. I took the liberty of looking up the word alternative. According to Google, an alternative is one or more things that are available as another possibility. I sense from the energy in the room that there is only one possibility. I will ask you tonight to consider others. For every person in here that has a high school diploma, I ask you to consider another possibility. For every person that made it through a bachelor's program, a master's program, a doctorate program, a postdoctorate program, consider another possibility. We had a witness in here, a live, true person, who said that if there were not an alternative given to her, she would not be a double doctoral student. Get off your stuff and provide children alternatives. I left this county last year because I saw some things that you all are actually doing. I felt that as a leader in the community, I can tell when leadership is not listening anymore. I couldn't participate willingly in that. So I left you, only to come back here to confront it again. Listen, this is truth. This is real. Most of us could not survive the environments that our children are in. You were able to get yours. Allow them to get theirs. September 11th is a day. January 6th is a day. I believe I was looking up D-Day. But you know what? None of those days would have happened had there not been a previous day before when somebody made a decision. So the day of infamy is not the day it occurred. It's the decisions along the way. Change your minds. Get out of yourself. Our children are facing great challenges. Great challenges. Most of us as adults can't deal with it. They do not have the the social emotional learning skills to do it, because we cut that out for a test. Give them the real alternatives. If it's working, let it work. And if it's working, repeat success. Replicate success. Replicate what works. At the end of the day, you're talking about your money, I promise you, because I also was a federal parole and probation officer, you will pay for this. You're going to either take the cheap end of education, or you're going to take the end of prison, homelessness, or out of wedlock babies. That's my time with you all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Michelle Clark, Constituent Budget Amendment.
Have to get low here, I'm short. Thank you for having me this evening. Good to see everybody in person again. I came to speak on the budget amendments that were passed by the Budget Committee. And from what I read, all of them are great ideas. The ideas to reduce teacher workload, which is one of the main reasons why people are quitting mid-year right now. I know a teacher who used to work at Kenmore. She went to Chapel Forge. The pressures that were on her from the accreditation of the pre-K program this year, she went into a business setting, and she's making more money. She had been in the system for over 10 years. She loved teaching, but she's gone now. We can't bring these people back, but we can do things to keep people who are here. The workload for special education. Yes, there are 5 days that are currently in our contract. As a special educator, I can tell you it's not always easy to take them because somebody's out, somebody's absent, and then there's no coverage and you can't really take them. The other thing is there's nothing in Oracle to track these days. We put in for a professional day, it's up to the secretary who does the payroll to put in that is for a special education workshop day. So while there are only a few people who seem to be using these days, I guarantee you there are a whole lot more and it's not being tracked properly. Yes. Also, the expansion of restorative practice. And this also goes to the community-based classrooms. They've had success. I listened to those statistics. Over 90% graduation rates. It's incredible. Having that personal relationship, that's what makes these students and helps these students to get along. They need those connections. I needed those connections. I can tell you in high school, I got A's and B's when I had a teacher who cared. If I had somebody who didn't seem to care, I've been known to get D's and even F's, but I was not a perfect student, so I understand what these students are going through, and we need to make sure that we support them. Also, the parent-to-paraprofessional program is a great idea. We have a long-term sub at William Paco when I worked there who was a parent in pre-K, and that she came and she got together to be a long-term sub. She didn't get the training to become a paraprofessional, or she would have made that move as well. And increase the custodial services. We need our buildings to be completely clean and free of germs as much as humanly possible, especially at the moment. And I thank you all for your time tonight. Please pass these budget amendments.
Thank you. Siobhan Russell, founder of Black Journeys, Save CBC, and Alternative School.
Peace and purpose, royal queens and kings. Happy Black History Month to all of you. Unfortunately, I have not heard that tonight. If it wasn't for African Americans, we would not have this beautiful country in which you are employed by as African Americans. So how dare we open up our mouths and not even bring honor? We have to learn this in this county, because when you don't know your history, it shows. When we don't have unity, it shows. When you don't have competence truly outside of having a high doctorate that proves the highest level of false indoctrination, it shows. You all, I am free. I am a former employee of Prince George's County Public Schools. I got my freedom papers June 19th of last year. I moved to Warren County, North Carolina. I just drove in the rain to get here to speak for the alternative route. Back in the day, since we haven't spoken on Black history today, I'll give a little teaching a little bit for us to truly understand and process American history. But before American history, we have African history. That means that we used a ship to transport Africans from Africa to America, because the alternative way, just like alternative schools, we need an alternative way. The Americans here lived in caves. The Americans here were barbaric. They didn't even know how to bathe. So they needed the people from Africa, the royal queens and kings, to come and save them. And that is exactly what we keep doing, saving and saving. And who's going to save the children? Just like during slavery, the government decided to say, you know what? We need some more help and we need free labor. Anything that we can get without putting ourselves out there to do the struggle, but putting others in front of us, let's choose that route. That is an awful alternative route. We see in public schools that doesn't work out. However, CBC is actually quite effective. So why would we throw away that safe haven? Why would we throw away that Underground Railroad to freedom, education? You all, I cannot continue. I own my own academy. I'm 33 and retired. Graduated from North Carolina Central University straight out of college. Taught for 10 years in 3 different states. I'm doing a documentary called The Fall of Public Education, and you are the center of it. I refuse to ever work in this state again. I have freedom, I have land, I have acres, I have buildings. I have an alternate way. And that way includes music education, piano, vocal music, theater, dance, as well as vocational trades, as well as youth entrepreneurship. All of your students graduate with a high school diploma, but there is no entrepreneurship. There is no LLC, there is no nonprofit. You all are creating modern slaves. I cannot witness you all being culprits in modern slavery. Tonight, there has to be unanimous yeses. If not, we see your ethics. We see your true, heartless, slave master mentality. It is time that this dictatorship ends, because we are the majority. And it's way more taxpayers than it is elected officials here. So you all need to really pray and go to your creator as a creation and say, please, Allow me to utter the right thing. If I don't have no kind of truth in me, I know that modern slaves dangle for $1, dangle for that degree, but you don't have a building, you don't have a business. How dare you be so incompetent to spend so many years slaving, but you can't give your children a building. You can't give your children a trade. You can't give them a fine art. That is so sad that you would put your own children in that situation. So we see how you can easily do others.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make the right choice.
Dr. Donna Christie, President of PGCEA Budget.
Good evening, esteemed members of the school board. I am Dr. Donna Christie, President of the Prince George's County Educators Association. Regarding the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, PGCEA supports the budget amendments brought forward from the OBAFA committee and some of the ones that got left behind, such as that for improved custodial services and restoration of lunch and recess monitors. We commend the CEO for putting forth a budget that prompts the county to invest more in our education system. And we encourage this school board to advocate to the county executive and county council for even more significant resources. PGCEA is committed to working with you to make Prince George's County the premier destination for a world-class education. We are committed to working with you to move our schools from pandemic to promise. However, my mother would always say, I am not a mind reader. If you need something, say something. And you may not believe it, I was pretty shy, so it actually took me many years to find my voice and tell people what I needed. A budget proposal from the school board to the county executive is how you lift up the voices of your constituents and tell the county executive, representing all Prince Georgians, what they need, what it is going to take financially to fulfill the vision and mission of Prince George's County Public Schools. Because like my mom, the county executive and county council are not mind readers. If we do not tell them what we need, they won't know, and they can't give it to us. After all, a budget proposal is just that, a proposal. It's not the final budget. This budget proposal reminds me of an IEP meeting I was in a few years back. A student was significantly intellectually limited and came into high school, enrolled in Algebra 1, unable to do single-digit addition, even with manipulatives. When it came time for the teacher to share their concerns, a teacher stated the curriculum was a bit challenging. The curriculum was not a bit challenging for that student. It was impossible. And while kind, it was not in the student's best interest to understate the magnitude of the need. This proposed budget understates what it will take for Prince George's County Public Schools in the post-pandemic world during a period of high inflation to stabilize our workforce and provide our students with the services and support they need to succeed academically and in life. It does not lift the voices of our students, parents, employees to ask for what we need. This proposed budget is a starting point, but you need to find your voice. You need to be bold and tell the truth about what it will take to fully fund the school system our county deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christie. Theodore Trice, constituent testimony.
Good evening, board members. My name is Theodore Trice. I'm currently a hybrid electric train mechanic, as well as a machinist for Metro. Hopes to become a mechanical engineer one day. I graduated from Toll Oaks in 2011 with top honors as a valedictorian. I was named Scholar of the Week, as well as acknowledged as a top senior of all the PG schools from the same board member, or from the same Board of Education. I apologize. Because of my accomplishments and success while attending Toll Oaks, I have the honor of having my picture featured on several billboards throughout PG County schools back in 2011. While attending Towson, I interned at Capitol Hill as a congressional intern, in which I had the honor of working along former President Barack Obama. I then went on to attend Towson University on an a scholarship or major in communication studies. While there, I initiated a program named Brotherhood Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle, in which I served for president for several years. One of the programs, we gave minorities and college experience by bringing them on campus and pairing them with a college student to shadow for a day. An experience they would never have experienced had we not, did the program. I'm also proud to say that some of those same board members are now hold political seats in Baltimore County, Baltimore City. After leaving Towson, I then held the position as an engineer for construction, some of those jobs being the Fort Belvoir Museum, renovation of the Air and Space Museum, Apex Building, and the Amazon Building in Arlington. I say all this to say both CBC and Toll Oaks have played both an integral impact on the man standing before you this evening, having paved the way for me when everyone gave up on me. I was a former dropout from multiple PG County schools and DC schools. I mentored many young adults and have been an example of a pillar of community of my community. If I could turn my life around, anyone can. Closing CBC and Toll Oaks shuts the door for many minorities who need a second chance at life. It was while attending CBC and Toll Oaks that gave me a second chance at life. And if we as a community close these doors, who would then give minorities the same opportunity and second chance at life? Both CBC and Toll Oaks gave me a good opportunity for many as well as myself. Toll Oaks and CB has been a lifeline and will do more damage than help to our community. As a former student of both CBC and Toll Oaks, I ask that you keep these doors open. The Bible says, ask and you shall receive. So this evening, I take the top opportunity to ask each one of you to become an advocate to help keep these doors open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Philomena Owona, PGCEA, Restorative Practice Parent Support.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening. I'm Philomena Owona. I will get this. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Golson, educators, students, and community stakeholders. My name is Philomena Owona, as you said. I'm a member of the PGCA Board of Directors, and I also sit on Maryland State Education Association Board of Directors. Tonight, I'm speaking to you as a PGCA Board of Directors member in support of two budget amendments. Restorative practices, expansion, and parent-to-parent program. Okay, so today my day was very rough. One student looked at me and raised her hand and asked, Madam Owona, can we do a circle? I said, right now? Yes. She nodded. Our time spent together in a restorative practice approach not only recentered our class, but it was beneficial for students themselves to know the importance of the practice and to feel safe enough. The educator for a practice they ascribe value to, from deep breathing to sharing a safe space where they can unload and connect as a community. The importance of restorative practice cannot be emphasized enough. Everyone wants to contribute to their society, community, positively. Restorative approaches promote. Let's make it a priority to ensure teachers in schools that have adopted restorative practices are all trained, provide refresher trainings to those who are already trained, offer paid training to all teachers over the summer, expand train the trainer to provide training more often to educators, provide professional development in restorative approaches to all teachers in systemic PDs for educators. All school counselors should also receive training in restorative. We need to provide an out-of-classroom position for restorative practices in as many schools as possible. My scholar today was mindful to exercise her voice and agency. As a learner, she knew what she needed. That is ultimately what we can offer students, voice and agency. Our county has invested in Stanford Harmony SEL, but we need to go beyond that to invest in training our educators in restorative. PGCPS, we lead in many areas across this state, this nation. We must rise up now for our students, educators, and communities. I'll quickly speak to parent-to-parent program. I work in an immersion setting where educators come from more than 20 different countries. PGCPS students come from 147 countries and speak 106 5 languages. We need to embrace that diversity by supporting a vital community of stakeholders, our parents. I received a message from a parent in Spanish with a link to translate into the language of understanding. I was pleased because the parent did not feel inhibited to communicate with me because of language barrier. This world has become a global village. We are at a disadvantage if we cannot communicate with people from different languages and cultures. We know the African proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. How do we maximize that village without parental involvement? They bring value to our table, and we need to recognize that and include that. I do want to say, I know my time is up. I want to say it again. I have mentioned this is African American Reading Month. I do teach reading. Please pick up a book and read to a child. And we really appreciate what you're doing. We know it's very difficult in this time, but support educators. And more than, I don't know what else to say. I'm wearing these things because that's what it is. Smaller classroom, restorative practices. You know, we need this. Less testing. I'm tired of testing. But thank you for all that you're doing. And let's lead. Let's lead.
Thank you. Thank you. This concludes public comment. The testimony of commenters who registered and provided written or electronic testimony have been posted on board docs for review by board members and the public. Now we will move to 4.0, the consent agenda. Dr. Golson, would you please introduce items 4.1 through 4.7?
Thank you. Items 4.1 through 4.7 requires board approval of proclamations commemorating Read Across America, National World Languages Week, High Day, History Day competition, Irish American Heritage Month, National Women's History Month, and Arts in Our Schools Month.
I have a motion.
I make a motion to accept each and every one of them proclamations, Madam Chair.
Second.
It has been moved and second that we accept these proclamations. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Next is the budget consent agenda. Dr. Golson, would you please introduce items 5.1 and 5.2?
Items 5.1 and 5.2 requires board approval of the E-rate Category 1 eligible edge routers and March 2022 expenditures requirements.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second to accept the E-rate Category 1 eligible edge routers, FCC Form 470, and item 5.2, the March 2022 expenditure requirement. All in favor? Or is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Board Member Queen.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Golden, approximately 74 middle school and high school having these routers, just so everyone would know actually what is the benefit for the routers.
Board Member Quinn.
Yes.
So all of our schools, ever since we started the hybrid distance learning, needed additional bandwidth. Now they're exponentially growing with one-to-one computing. These edge routers will increase the capacity at each of these locations from 1 gig to 10 gig of bandwidth.
Thank you so very much. I kind of like knew that. I just want to know, is it going to help us with the digital divide? We know that within our school system, we still have a digital divide. It's still some people who are not getting good access. It's still some of us when we at home, we get cut off when we are trying to be online, even with some of it. So this is going to help more with the access for the digital divide? Is this another way of us getting a step closer toward it?
Yeah, this only helps our in-system structure. This doesn't help people's home structure. It's for our one-to-one devices. So our students, while we're in person, they still have access to their technology devices. and we'll still use them while they're in our facilities.
Okay, so I got that, hearing you say that it only helps, but when we are at home, I remember when we had things shut down, it was some students and parents that could get access outside of the school. So it's not going to help that?
We still have all of those sites.
So we still have a
Yep.
long way to go then?
Well,
Okay.
no, we still have, every site still has that external access point, so students and parents, anyone outside of our facility can still access those Wi-Fi.
Can still
hotspots.
access the
Mhm.
Wi-Fi?
Definitely.
But we didn't increase the width of it, that's what I'm
Oh, I
wondering.
get what you're saying, the radius.
Yes, I'm just
no.
trying to make sure that we're doing better with the digital divide, because we
No.
have a ways to go to get there, but we need to get there, we
Yep,
really do.
That does not. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you guys so very much.
Any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor. The student member cannot vote on the budget consent agenda. With that, we need six votes to pass or fail. And I'll ask Ms. Berkeley to call the roll.
Madam Staff?
Aye.
Ms. Boozer Strother?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Mickens Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Montero?
Aye.
Mr. Murray?
Aye.
Mrs. Queen?
I'm sorry, you did say 5.1 and 5.2? Okay, aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Mr. Valentine?
Aye.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Dr. Miller?
Aye.
11 ayes.
The motion carries. Next, Dr. Golson, would you introduce item 5.3, the fiscal year 2023 Board of Education requested annual operating budget?
Item
And
5.
following her presentation, the board will engage in discussion following the 5-minute first round and 3-minute second round rules. Dr. Golson.
Thank you. Item 5.3 requires the board approval of the fiscal year 2023 Board of Education requested annual operating budget.
So moved.
I apologize. Dr. Golson? Did you complete?
Would you like for me to read it again? Nope, I did complete, and Board Member Valentine.
Board Member Valentine?
I'm making a motion to accept.
Oh, you make, and who's second?
Second.
It has been moved and second to approve and accept the item 5.3, the fiscal year 2023 Board of Education requested annual operating budget. Is there any discussion? Board Member Shayla Stafford.
Just want to make sure we're talking about approving also the budget amendments as well.
We're going to do the budget amendments after this.
Well, see, that's not listed on here. It's listed that so you're saying that you want to separate out the budget amendments from the budget?
Yes.
We're going to do the discussion of the budget, and then we will take a vote on the amendments to add them to the budget.
That's not what the agenda says. That wasn't posted, and that's not what the public is expecting.
I'm sorry, Board Member Adam Stafford. Board Member Murray asked that we move the amendments to this item, and so we're moving the amendments based on the request of Board Member Murray.
So just so we're clear, we're going to be discussing the budget and the amendments at this time in voting.
We are discussing the budget at this time.
I just
Board
wanna make-
Member Queen.
All right, thank you so very much, Madam Chair.
Oh, excuse me.
I mean, this may help Board
It's
Member
okay, she can go ahead.
It may help Board Member out of staff of me getting clarification also on it. Because Dr. Golson's budget has cut out some of these schools, if we vote to approve the budget, would that not be affecting the amendments that we are requesting? So that's for clarification. I think when we vote for the budget before we vote to approve the amendments, we're accepting the budget as it is, and we don't really want to accept the budget it is. We want changes as board members that we represent the people and we fought hard for to be recommended. That's why we were elected and appointed to make some of these changes. Not to say, I mean, we thank Dr. Golson for all she does with her budget, but our changes need to go forward before we vote on a budget that she has recommended.
Dr. Miller, point of clarification. I made a motion to accept. I will entertain motions to amend from members because I'm the maker of the motion. That makes sense. And so members want to make amendments to the motion. I will accept them, and then we will vote on those amendments separately.
So,
Okay.
point of clarification. I don't know if, I know there's a motion on the floor, but I think when Board Member Murray moved this in the agenda, it goes before. So it would be, technically it would be 5.3, and then the Board of Education requesting annual operating budget would be 5.4. So right now, we will be going amendment by amendment, similar to how me and Dr. Golson were doing earlier.
Yes, that's what. Did everyone understand Board Member Harris?
So for my clarification, do we need to start again with technical support for special education? I know I read and then she read earlier, but do we need to do that?
Can I say to them, colleague, I just want you to know, we are currently in discussion
Yeah.
on a motion that has been moved and seconded. And because we're in that discussion, unless I rescind my motion and the seconder rescinds their motion, you know what I'm saying? We are currently in discussion, so this is why I will entertain amendments to the motion that has already been moved and seconded.
Right.
So that would be the amendments as brought out by the OBAFA committee, Mr. Harris.
So moving forward, brother, let me just say this. So right now, you would say.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? So I make a motion to amend based on, and I'm willing to accept all of it, just so that we can at least have the discussion and then vote on them.
Okay, so I move to amend your motion based on recommendations from the OBAFA committee and open discussion.
Well, so they'll be separate. So which one is the first one you'd like to?
Sure, we can do
just say which one it is, and then I will. So it'll be, you'll make a motion. Someone will accept your motion.
Therefore.
And then we will get in discussion on your amendment.
Right, I follow. I didn't know we had to break it out
No
one by
problem.
one. That's why I said the recommendations of the committee. So starting with the first one, technical support for special education.
Would you provide more clarification
This is
again?
motion to amend. Is there a second to his motion? I accept yours, and we will have discussion on that.
And the seconder has to accept as well? No.
So can you introduce it so we can talk about it, and then we'll have a discussion? What is amendment that you are introducing?
So I make a motion to amend Mr. Valentine's motion to accept 5.3. First, taking into consideration technical support, the amendment for technical support for special education.
And provide the detail that you provided previously?
Yep. Okay. So, technical support for special education. Prince George's County Public Schools has developed its own online tracking system to facilitate student intervention and student support teams in their documentation of student progress toward academic and behavioral intervention. Schools and teams need more technical assistance to implement this with fidelity and ensure that staff is adequately leveraging this resource. It is our request that schools be granted more technical assistance in order to engage in the successful implementation of multi-tiered systems of support. As part of this budget amendment, the district can use the funding to provide high-need schools with the following: paid time for data entry, technical support, paid training, and this amendment was proposed by Rahila Ahmed and Shayla Adams.
Is there a second?
I think Dr. Golson has to.
Dr. Golson, comment.
Thank you. As stated earlier, our current negotiated agreement provides all school-based special education staff with 5 days a year, with no more than 2 days a month taken to complete required special education documentation and to utilize for professional. We do monitor and track the use of those days as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I had the light. Board Member Murray, David Murray.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. I just wanted to briefly speak in support of this amendment. As a special educator myself, multi-tiered systems of support are research-based best practices that make sure that before students fall behind to the extent that they would require an IEP, that the progress is so far behind that they need an individualized plan. The goal is to get them the interventions they need quicker so that they can get back on grade level. The way that they do that is we need special educators teaching our students, and we need them to have the appropriate time to do the paperwork so that they can be in classrooms as much as possible instructing students. Any additional funds we can put towards that would help ease the burden for our special educators and benefit students, and so I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
So are we going to vote? Let's vote one by one. And are there further discussions? It was 2. Board Member Dale Adams. Staff.
Thank you so much, and thank you, colleagues, for your support for this amendment. I brought this forward with former board member Ahmed because I remember as an educator how difficult it is to manage the work of grading papers, teaching, and then also having to do data entry. It really is one of the biggest causes of teacher burnout, and as we face a national epidemic of teachers leaving the profession, we've heard from teachers over and over again that if they had more support with the administrative tasks of their position, they could be even more effective. And so I want to thank Dr. Goldson and her team for bringing forward some proposed costs for how we can build on what the administration has already developed. We've developed our own in-house system for tracking students that are having behavioral issues, that are having academic issues, so we can provide them with support before they fail. So now we need the time for educators to actually use this system and use it with fidelity. So thank you for these proposed costs here that would allow teachers additional time for data entry. We want to keep and retain the strong teachers that we have, and this amendment I think this would be something that nationally other folks would model after, developing a system and then supporting teachers and actually utilizing it. And the alternative to not having this type of support for teachers is that this data doesn't get entered. It doesn't happen. And students don't get the appropriate tutoring that they need, the small group support that they need. They don't get the appropriate outside resources that they need because there's no data to support it. And so we have the resources. We also have the system set up and the structure set up for this to be an extremely significant program. And so I just want to thank you all in advance. I will be voting in support of this, and I want to urge you to do that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Harris. Okay. Board Member Judy Mickens-Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Golson, I think I understood you to say that you're already providing this?
Yes, we offer in our negotiated agreement 5 days for special educators to use at their discretion during the school year, just no more than 2 days per month.
Okay.
And that is to complete IEP data entry if they so choose to use that time, or for planning.
And it's in a negotiated agreement with the union?
Correct.
Okay, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mickens-Murray. Board Member Queen. No, excuse me, Board Member Queen. It's Board Member Thomas.
I just want to ensure, is my button actually working? I don't mean this in a rude way. I just pressed it probably like 10 different times over the last few minutes. Is it actually lighting up when I press it?
It lights up.
Okay. I was just making sure. I want to just echo the support for this amendment. I think Board Member Adam Stafford, Board Member Murray put it into words better than I could. And what a shocker that people who've actually been in the classroom are in favor of supporting this amendment. I think it only adds up. It makes sense that when people are in positions to be able to make decisions that affect our schools and our students that have that kind of context, they think about it with that lens. And so I do encourage my colleagues to support this as well. I do also just want to raise, I know it sounds like we're going to be voting one by one for each of these amendments, but the only concern I want to raise is it sounds like Board Member Valentine has moved to approve the entire budget. and then has accepted one amendment so far. So if we were to take a vote at this moment, we would be voting to approve the entire budget with one amendment instead of what we want to be doing, which is looking at each amendment, choosing which amendments we want to add, and then voting for the entire budget along with the amendments. That's my understanding. So I just want to raise that, is that my understanding is if we were to take a vote on this specific one, it would be to accept the entire package, because that's what Board Member Valentine's original motion was.
Can I just respond to that?
Correct.
So I moved, it was second, we went into discussion, and then my colleague introduced an amendment. We are in discussion on the amendment now, and then we will vote on the amendment, and then we will go back out into discussion on the budget, and he could do it again and again and again. We can do it as many times as you would like. My understanding, there are 4. That's all I want to say.
Understood, but we don't typically vote on amendment by amendment on any motion. Like when we make motions, the maker of the motion can accept the amendment as a friendly amendment, and then we vote on that motion as a whole. So this isn't that same case. So I'm just saying, for the sake of Robert's Rules of Order and following procedure appropriately. Does that make sense?
So
we don't ever vote if I were to make a motion and somebody offers a friendly amendment, we don't vote on whether to accept that friendly amendment as a board. The maker of the motion accepts the friendly amendment. We then vote on the motion along with the friendly amendment. So right now, if we were to take a vote right now, we would be voting to support your motion, which is to approve the budget, along with this one amendment that Board Member Harris has pushed forward. So just to be clear, that's the way I'm reading this, and I believe that I'm right. I don't want to waste our time here.
Not at all. So let me just, my experience, I guess, in the budget, having done this for my 9th time doing this, it's the idea that during budget time, there are exceptions. I understand what you're saying. When we know that it's going to be one amendment, and someone's going, yeah, that often happens. But because we're doing amendment by amendment, and we've done this, and in some cases it's been very late in the night because we're voting on every individual amendment separately, that is why it's off that. So just because I made the motion, I'm going to be accepting as many amendments to discuss as the board would like, to give transparency, communication, and have the public here to hear our discussions. That's why now, if that's my interpretation, if you would like a different interpretation, again, we're colleagues, so you can go above me. I just want to give my perspective, having done this.
No, I understand that, and I guess, again, just to be clear, right, my concern here is that from a procedural standpoint, right, we should be looking at each of these amendments one by one and deciding as a board. That there's no disagreement about. But currently, we are in discussion for your motion, which is to approve the full budget. And so if you are accepting an amendment to that motion, we are voting on your motion with that specific amendment. So we can't, under your motion to approve the full budget, we can't parse out amendment by amendment and vote piece by piece. So again, just for, if I were to have it my way, I would love for all of these amendments to be accepted by you and us to vote them all, because I plan to support every amendment. But I want to not waste all of our time here.
No, to be collegial, let me say this. To be collegial, I will rescind my motion to accept it. In order for collegiality,
yeah, I think that's the
I'll
appropriate.
rescind my motion,
Yeah.
if need be, and then we could do it, because I believe we could discuss it. I believe all of them have merit. I believe we have to have discussion for it. I don't want any unreadiness when we leave here tonight on the process. That's all. I don't want any unreadiness, because I believe that what is going to be best for our system, I think we're going to do it tonight. But let me just say, if that's what you want to do and the colleagues are supportive of that, I have no issue with saying I rescind my motion, and then we can discuss and continue the discussion. But I'm just open for discussion.
Thanks, Board Member Valentine. So with that being stated, Dr. Miller, I think the appropriate direction to go would be for, if Board Member Valentine is willing to rescind his motion, he would rescind his motion. We would revisit each amendment one by one, decide how we want to move on each one by one, and then at that point, we would be voting on the full budget along with the amendments that we've accepted. So that's what my understanding would be the appropriate way to do this. And
Excuse me, board members. Our policy director wanted to give some clarification on the motion made by Mr. Board Member Valentine. Mr. Cooper.
So I guess either way is fine. I was just going to cite the Robert Rules of Order, which everyone has on their desk. If you turn to 12.3, talks about amending a motion. So either way are right. I think what Mr. Valentine was stating is that he made a main motion, And a subsidiary motion was made by Board Member Harris to modify that. And so the board would vote on Mr. Harris's modification of Curtis's main, or Board Member Valentine's main motion. And if the board votes and approves Mr. Harris's, then that will be added to Mr. Valentine's, and you go on to the next one, next one, next. You do it either way, or the way that Thomas mentioned. I think there's 2 roads to the same destiny. Either way, it's on 12-3 on Rob Rules order on your desk.
So I guess, so thank you, Brandon. So based on that, and I believe my colleagues in agreement, we will continue as we've started. We are currently in discussion on the subsidiary motion to amend it, and I believe we'll just continue the discussion on the amendment.
And if
Correct.
Sounds like this is a substitute motion as opposed to an amendment.
It could be a subsidiary. It's an amendment to his main motion.
Okay, well, I want to apologize then if I misspoke. I was just trying to make sure we get this process right, because I don't remember it being this way in the past.
And both
So that's
ways
all.
are right. Both ways are correct.
Okay,
There's 2 ways
thank
to
you,
say
and my
destination.
apologies.
Board Member Queen.
Thank you so very much. No apologies, Board Member Thomas, because I was questioning the same thing. And that's what I was going to speak of, because I pushed my light a long time ago. I was going to make a whole new motion because of this. But I'm going to go ahead and speak on the motion since our policy director, thank you so very much, Mr. Cooper, has clarified it, because I was understanding the same thing as Mr. Thomas also. I just want to also say that I heard you, Dr. Golston, and I appreciate that you guys have already have it in there for negotiation. But that's for negotiation. I think some things just don't, and I say this all the time, even when we talk about salary, some things don't need to be negotiated. It's common sense. And this is what I call something that is common sense. These are human. These are people who have families, who has husbands, who have children, who are dealing with our children. So, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I get so mad when I keep hearing you have to negotiate. Some things we don't have to negotiate. We ought to want to do. It's called humanity. We ought to want to do some things to relieve the stress off of our teachers, to relieve the stress off of our community, to relieve the stress off of our staff in our schools. It's called humanity. So, I'm glad that you have it, but we need to do a lot more. And when I've heard about, and when I think the speaker said it, it's called alternatives. We need more alternatives. We don't have to negotiate to have alternatives. And someone else said it's a global village. We are in a global village. And part of that global village, we are all so different. You can see among the board members, we are so different. And saying that we don't have to negotiate this is something we should do. Thank you.
Board Member Sheila Adams, Stafford.
Thank you so much. And this is just in response to my colleague, Judy Mickens Murray, and talking about the 5 days that exist. So I just want to paint a picture for you. And I'm a little bit biased because I was a teacher and I had about 100 students. And I also became an instructional coach. And my job was to manage the RTI system and the MTSS system in our school. I want you to just consider this. A teacher, especially a teacher that's working with special education, they may have a caseload that's pretty large, and they have a significant amount of paperwork that they have to maintain. We have to maintain this paperwork by state and federal laws. Any misstep here can result in a lawsuit, to be honest, because these are students' educational programs. When we talk about special education educators and we talk about general education educators having paid time to do this type of data entry, it ensures that not only are our systems intact and we're doing things properly, but that we are providing what we are legally required to provide to students that are falling behind. And the picture I'm trying to paint is the fact that you may have 5 days a year to do this work, but these systems have to be updated every 10 days. When you're doing RTI work, you have to show, okay, how did this intervention help this student? How did this intervention help this student? If that didn't work, let's try something else. A school is a place of continuous improvement, and you're constantly trying to figure out, how can I get this student to be successful? And so I am really happy and pleased and just really excited about the possibility of us putting dedicated resources to something that is critical to us from a legal standpoint. It's critical to us from an academic standpoint, and it really speaks to the way that we can design systems to meet very critical needs. And so I just want to, again, thank you, Dr. Golson, for bringing this proposed cost forward. And I just want to urge colleagues to support this because we want to move the needle, right? We want to move our test scores. We want to be the #1 school district in Maryland. The way we do that is by ensuring that students that are off track for graduation, off track to pass their courses, have the appropriate supports. And this is a very clear, this is the how. This is what everyone talks about, what you want to do. This is the how you do it.
Thank you. Board Member Mickens Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my colleague, Ms. Adam Stafford, you know, I often say people don't know a person's story. Well, I will share my story. I may not be an educator, but I'm from a family of educators. My sister is a principal, and she was a special ed teacher. So I know very clearly what the requirements are. One of the challenges that we have as board members is we have to balance need against a wish list. What I heard Dr. Golson say is that they have a process in place. I did not hear her say that we are not providing the legal requirement for our special needs children. I did not hear that. What I hear from you, and I would love to give everybody everything they have requested, but I understand that's not practical. So I'm supporting the CEO's position tonight. I respect that you want to do this. I don't have a problem with that. But what I would suggest for next year is that we start to look at whatever we want to do amendments around earlier in the year so that we're working alongside the administration and not at the last minute imposing it on administration. And then also recognizing that after COVID, we have different problems now than we had before COVID. So I'm not saying that I don't think it's a good idea, because I do. I'm just saying at this moment in time, I'm not sure that it's practical for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mickens Murray. Board Member Belinda Queen.
You know, when I ran for the board, I ran to put kids first for a change, and I still say that it's about our scholars and it's about our stakeholder. What upsets me the most in being a board member is the fact, and it's no offense to you, Dr. Golson, but it's the fact that the menu has already been set. When the budget comes to us, it's already set. We are board members that are elected and appointed, and when we come with a change, we expect the change because we're speaking on behalf of the people. This is the problem we have now as board members. The menu do not need to be set. And I hear my colleagues saying later on, the menu need to come and say, hey, do you have any suggestions? And we can say, yes, these are our amendments. This is what we would like to see. These are the changes that our stakeholders want. Stop setting a menu that is calling allergies, that is causing people to get sick, that we're losing kids, we're losing teachers. Stop setting a menu that everybody cannot eat from that menu. I'm going to calm down, but that's what I see happening in Prince George's County Public School and a lot of schools. Stop setting the menu without bringing it to the board members and say, hey, do you have any adjustments for this menu?
Board Member David Murray.
Thank you for those comments. Board Member Queen, I'm in complete agreement. I would like to ask a question to Ms. Donna Christie from PGCA with respect to the negotiated agreement and what this amendment would do to add additional resources for teachers.
Thank you, Board Member Murray. Article 7M of our negotiated agreement provides 5 days per year of release time for special educators to do paperwork related to the special education process. My understanding of this budget amendment relates to the pre-referral process, the entering of data related to interventions that are done prior to a student entering the special education purview. And so therefore, that data entry time is needed by general education students, not special education, or general education teachers, not special education teachers. So therefore, that language in the negotiated agreement wouldn't apply to them because the Article 7M specifically states special educators.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And because general education teachers have so much on their plate, what happens in effect is that if a general education teacher doesn't have the time to track the data over a period of time for these students, they'll actually become ineligible to even be evaluated or if they qualify for an IEP. And so what this does is compensates teachers for the extra time that they need to put in to make sure that they're adequately tracking the data so that these students can get a proper and fair evaluation that they deserve. And so I would urge board members to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Thomas.
Thank you. I'm hesitant to offer remarks here just because I don't know how much my remarks will actually sway the opinions of my colleagues, but I just think it's worth adding, and specifically, Board Member Mickens-Murray, you referenced, your understanding of educators' experiences based on your siblings and close friends or family, and that's valuable, and I don't want to discount that. But I think if you were to really, if there was an imaginary scenario where you talk to 100 teachers in our school system today, a sample size of 100 teachers today, you'd get a very convincing answer about their opinion on this matter. And so I don't, again, mean to discount your experiences of your family, but if we were talking to current teachers in our school system today, you would get a very resounding answer on this. The other thing that, kind of hurts me as I'm thinking about the fact that it's possible that this board will not support this amendment is that we're currently in this country experiencing the Great Resignation. This is across all industries. But this is especially underscored in education and among public school teachers. And I feel very torn, especially as somebody who comes from a background in recruiting teachers, that we're not doing everything we can to find more ways to retain great educators in the classroom. And obviously we know that there are many hurdles in the way of that. I think if we all had a way to be able to wave a magic wand, raise teachers' wages, we would do it immediately. But it's these little things that just make teachers' jobs extremely more and more challenging. It prevents students and families from getting the resources and the support that they need. And again, continues what, like Board Member Adam Stafford said, when we're talking about really making a push and making a change, this is an example of how we do that. And so again, I wonder whether my comments and thoughts here are with enough merit to actually sway your thinking on this. But again, I encourage you to think about the fact that more teachers are leaving the profession now than ever before. We're going to continue to see this rate drive up as the year goes on. And the least we can do is find ways to make teacher workloads more manageable, to make their impact be able to be felt at a greater level, and it's by making amendments like these in our budget. So I hope that that's worth considering for my colleagues.
Board Member Williams.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I think this is a great idea. I think it's an awesome idea that we could implement. But I would like to ask Dr. Golson to answer me if you know what they're actually asking for. When you say you would like more, and we're looking at a budget that has a bottom line figure, are we talking 2 hours? We're talking 5 days? We're talking several weeks. We cannot alter a budget or amend a budget unless we come up with a number. And until we have a number, how do we alter the budget to send that forward? It is our job to send a budget forward that has uses and corresponding sources. And I haven't heard that at all. All I heard was we would like to have more, give more, so that we can allow more to be done. And so I haven't heard that it's going to be 5 more hours given to the general education teachers. What I've heard is I would like to have more services provided. If in my world, if I'm going to build something, I need a scope, a schedule, and a budget. To develop this budget, we started out with our priorities in October. so that Dr. Golson could incorporate our desire and our priorities in her budget, which she did. Now, I think it's okay if we have ideas that could improve the school system, but we have to go through that interviewing 100 teachers so we can know what they need. We have to look at the data to understand what we're doing now and what we will need to improve it to reach the goal of providing teachers with more time. What I hear is an idea that we could consider in the fall when we give our priorities to Dr. Golson next year, so that we can meet what you're trying to get out of your idea. So at this moment in time, because all I hear is an idea that is sort of evolving, I cannot support an amendment that was brought to the board in the last month, and I believe it was less than a month. We've been developing this budget. Well, you all just start developing the budget when, in July or August?
Correct.
So because we see that there is this need, and I know education is hard. I've been a student, I've been a mother. My mother-in-law was in education all of her career. So I know that it's hard to be a teacher. It's hard to come in and be on every day, sitting in front of 30 and 35 students. And so that we can serve our constituents that sit in front of our students every day, let's think this idea through so that we can craft it to meet the needs and not just say, here, I gave you something. So I will not be supporting this amendment because it has not been developed enough for me to support it. Thank you.
Board Member Valentine.
Thank you very much. Just to summarize what I'm hearing from board members is that this issue is important. We need to do it. Our children need it. Our teachers need it. The environment we're in right now, it will help us to recruit and retain teachers. I'm also hearing people say, we can't afford it. And so my question, particularly to Dr. Golson, is right now, we will pass a budget tonight. We will send it to the county council. They will consider it. We hope and pray they will send us more than what we asked for, and that then we can afford to do things above the budget. My question is, when we come back and we do that reconciliation in June, Dr. Golson, if the county council does give us the resources to do this, would you be willing to reconsider this amendment in particular, but I imagine the conversation will look similar for other amendments, this particular issue, if and when the county council comes back in June, and if there's additional funding that will not require us to cut other projects and other programs for people who are not coming to meetings, people whose programs will be cut because they don't know about it and they don't have a chance to speak up about it because it's cut not necessarily in public, but because we brought a new program in. And so would you be interested, would you be willing to do that? Because this body is going to vote on a budget again in June, which will be the final budget. This tonight is not our final budget. Would you be willing to do that, Dr. Golson?
So let me just make sure I frame so that everyone, for full transparency, understands that the budget that we're going to transmit to the county council is already has an $80 million deficit in it. And prior to coming here today, we presented on February 10th what we were going to do to close that gap, and that was to use one-time funds from fund balance and a portion from student-based budgeting because we had a lower enrollment. We first have to fill the hole with the increase. So if we get additional funds from county council, then it first needs to go back to students. That's in the classroom, that's SBB. We could very well then sit and have a conversation about, once that's filled, any additional from that to come back and have conversations around how to use that money, definitely. But I want to come back and just say, once again, on this one, we have 5 days. It'd be different if every teacher had used the 5 and we found that we now need to change it from 5 to 10. What we have to do is continue to promote the use of the 5. I have no problem having discussions about extra time. I want my staff to have extra time because I want them to be the best they can for every single student here. but I need them to use what we already have. So I can't add more till I know that so when we max out at the 5, yeah, hey, I get it. They need double that, or can we look going from 5 to 7.5? But we haven't maximized what we have. So I want to be clear about what we're asking. Yes, as we go through every last one of these amendments, the council's able to give us money. We first got to fill the hole. I'm willing to say, let's just fill one hole, which is the SBB hole first. That's student-based budgeting, which goes directly impacting the classroom class size. That's first. Then we can talk about the additional, any other amendments. Because the truth of the matter is, come June, we could be talking about something else totally different. Thank you.
Board Member Harris.
Never mind.
Oh, your light is on then.
Yeah.
Board Member Adam Stafford.
I just want to get some clarity. So, Dr. Golson, the 5 days that you're referencing, these are for special education teachers, right? So, this amendment is talking about other teachers within the school to be able to engage in the RTI process. So, the RTI process is going to happen before a student goes to special education, and so that's why those teachers need to keep clear data records and do that type of tracking so that if a student does need to go to special education, there is a body of data behind them that would validate them going into special education. So I want to make that clear. This is to expand paid time for data entry to other teachers within the school. And to what my colleague is saying regarding, the cost of these amendments, the reason that there was no note attached to this was because, I wanted to give the administration an opportunity to determine, well, how much would this cost? What do you think that this would cost? What makes sense? And so this number that we have for this particular amendment, this is on board docs, but this was provided to us by the administration. And when I did have a conversation with Mr. Herbstman, I even said, well, you can knock down the use of the PRIM, even though it is a great resource. It's a book with all of these different interventions that could take off $90,000. So, we're looking at, under $1 million, $1.5 million for this. But for the other amendments that we're talking about, there are numbers that are attached to those. And I keep hearing folks talk about how the amendments have come at the last minute. We're in a budget process, and we're at the beginning right now. And so we're making requests. And the other component of this is that, when board members ask when budget amendments are due and they're given a due date, then it's like, oh, that due date's too late. This is kind of like a situation where someone keeps moving the goalpost. The truth of the matter is we didn't have this opportunity last year because the board was shut down. And so, to be honest, this is really some of our first time engaging in a budget process in this way. And to be all the way honest, we have not had very close regular meetings with the administration, this year. And a lot of this could have been resolved had we been meeting regularly. So I just want to put those facts out on the table as well as we're considering this. We're making a request of the county council to fund this, to which they could say no. And if they said no, then these budget amendments would die. But for us to not even ask, see, that mutes the voices of thousands and thousands of people that elected members represent when we bring budget amendments forward and we don't even take them to the county council to consider. And so I just want to make those points.
Board Member Williams.
Dr. Golson, is there a situation that you're concerned with having our teachers put in the information according to what is required? Are we having a challenge with that?
No, we're not having a challenge, but I clearly understand what we have put on teachers this year in terms of returning from COVID. So, it wasn't in their job description to make sure that they do contact tracing and contact parents when someone tests positive, or to continue to meet with students one-on-one, sometimes just to assist them. I don't want us to diminish the importance of the work that staff does. This ultimately comes back to, we've provided a resource. We have to use it first before we ask for more. It's just that simple.
And so at this moment in time, you have not had the opportunity to do a survey of teachers to find out what the need would be in order to provide them with what they need?
What we heard recently was that our staff needed mental health days. You answered that call, and we provided half days once a month. The most recent one was this past Tuesday. So we did that. So we'll continue to. It's ever evolving.
So if we were to ask that during the development of this coming year's budget, that we ask teachers what is it that they need, not just about this, but in general, based on the world that we're living in as we live through this pandemic, I think that it's important that I know teachers have a lot of situations. When I talk to teachers on my third Saturday coffee that I've been doing since I've been on the board for 8 years, I'm hearing a number of things that they have challenges with. There are a number of things that teachers think that we could do to support them in their work. If there is the possibility, because we have the accountability office who does data, if we could come up with a survey that could ask more of appropriate questions around their day-to-day work and how we can support them to improve their work, I think that when we come back and look at our budget for the next year, we can then determine what it is that they're looking for and support them directly, hearing it directly from the source. We've done that with the climate survey for parents. And so I would love to be able to develop a survey of our teachers to be done during one of their downtimes in the summer or maybe over Christmas break, to find out what it is that give them the opportunity to voice what it is they need so that we can come back next year and incorporate some of those things in our budget development.
I can commit to doing that, not just for teachers, but all of our school-based staff.
Thank you. Board Member Adam Stafford.
I just want to note when we're talking about data collection, the impetus behind this budget amendment came from the Academic Achievement Committee meeting in which we were talking to the administration about the response to intervention program, multi-tiered systems of support. And I asked them, I said, you've developed this system, what would make it work with fidelity? And the administration representatives that were there said technical assistance. So this isn't like this just came out of thin air. This came from hearing dozens of teachers come and talk to us about over workloads. They were chanting outside. And then also the fact that we held meetings, our regular Academic Achievement Committee meetings, and asked, how can we make this work better? This is literally the most important thing we have to do as educators, is to make sure that kids pass their classes. And they said, technical assistance. That's what this is. It's technical assistance. So, I just want to put that up.
Board Member Thomas.
I was going to call the question, but it looks like Board Member Valentine stepped out of the room. So, while I have the floor, I will just add, Board Member Williams, I think your suggestion on administering a survey is great. Don't you think we could do that and get some results before June? I don't see why it's not something that needs to wait until the summer. Again, I feel very confident about the results that we get of this survey. You'd have 99% of teachers in support of something like this. So again, I support getting survey data, but I don't see why your idea is to send it out in the summer or next school year. You'd have conclusive evidence if you sent it out next week.
Board Member Williams. No. Board Member Valentine. Is there any more discussion on the First Amendment? Okay, call for the question now.
We're calling for the question now? On the amendment, Aisha?
Call roll, please, Ms. Berkeley.
I vote yes, and just as a reminder, again, This impetus from this came from the teachers that expressed their increased workload in the Academic Achievement Committee meeting when the administration stated that in order to make our processes run with more fidelity, we should have more technical assistance.
Board Member Boozer Strother?
No.
Board Member Harris?
Yes.
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. No.
Thank you. Board Member Montero?
No.
Board Member Murray?
As a teacher, yes.
Board,
Yes, as a parent.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Valentine?
No.
Board Member Williams?
No.
Dr. Miller?
No. Motion fails. Next amendment, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I move to amend the motion on the floor to include the budget amendment for alternative schools.
I'm going to go ahead and do that one. Let me do
Go
that
for
as chair. That's important to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. Okay, this is important, you guys. As the ABAFA committee chair, alternative schools is so important, especially to me.
Oh, I second the motion, sorry.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. It is important as a parent who had raised 21 kids, 11 foster kids, and some of them had issues and had to attend alternative school and had problem in regular school where teachers didn't understand them. And I know one of the speakers said earlier that kids don't speak out. They do speak out, but we don't listen to them. We don't want to hear them. They want respect from us. They expect respect from us. It's not the generation of you do what I say, you hear, and that's it. Not this generation. You know, they want respect. They will give it to you when you give it to them. So we have to realize that this is a different generation. We said they're diverse children. We have a global village. But most of all, it is our responsibility as an educational system to make sure that we're meeting each and every child need. And I go back to when I said about the menu being set. I have a problem, and I'll say it, with Prince George's County Public School curriculum. The menu is not set to reach every child need. It's very important that we make sure that we have a curriculum that is doing that. So I'm saying that we do need alternative schools. So I'm definitely putting that motion forth as the Budget Committee Chair, and I'm hoping that each and every one of you as board members understand how important that is, not just to every speaker that came out here, but to our citizens. I was going to play the speech of Dr. Who spoke today because I've heard her speech, and I shared it on social media. I heard her story, and it was so touching when Dr. Rachel talked about her story today. I think it was so important. And even when she didn't add the end, Joseph came right behind her and talked about prison. It is so important. As the District 3 and 8 Police Coffee chairperson, when I hear that we have 11-year-olds and 15-year-olds robbing and stealing cars and robbing our people, we have to do something as a school system. We are failing our children. And I'll say we because we are the elected and appointed board members. We are responsible to make sure they get an education, that they get a trade. And I have to say we, and that include every board member, and include every CEO and every staff, every stakeholder. It is so important that we have alternative options for our children. And I'm going to say this, when I first got on the board, Dr. Golson, I had to talk to you about evening schools. You know how important that is to me when I talked about the fact of how important it is for kids who cannot go to day school. Because I know I had some of them in my household who had to work, who had other issues going on. It's so important that we meet the need of every student. Let's stop thinking just because some of us are educated that your education count, because it don't. It takes all of us. So I'm putting forth this motion, and it's going to get my vote. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, for letting me take the time to express myself. I know the Vice Chair is rushing you, but thank you so very much because it is important to me as the Chair of the ABAFA Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Miller. Just want to ask if Dr. Goldson can present the proposal in the budget and how this amendment would change your proposal and also background on the decisions, what led to the decisions for this new proposal.
Thank you for the opportunity for me to clarify lots of information that I think has been misconstrued. So the redesign of the 5 alternative schools will provide more opportunities for students and will establish a 3-pronged approach to supporting students in our non-traditional settings by creating an individualized instructional program, social-emotional support, and behavioral interventions. Annapolis Road and Tall Oaks, which are currently housed in the same location, but function as if they're 2 different entities, will combine their resources and offer more opportunities for students. We're going to add a student advocate and a social worker to that school site. At the Green Valley and Croom will also become a 9 through 12 program site. So the current 9th and 10th graders that are at Green Valley will go to the Croom location. We'll combine the resources from the Croom over to Croom, from Green Valley over to Croom, offer opportunities for students to be a part of the program, grades 9 through 12. So it's like we'll have 2 9 through 12 non-traditional sites. Right now we have 2 9, 10, 2 11, 12 in those 4 sites. We'll create a new middle school program at Green Valley, because remember I just told you the students from Green Valley will now go over to Croom. That will be available for students grades 6 through 8. They can access the same supports that we're offering in the 9 through 12 program, which we tried to do before but didn't do it effectively many years ago under a previous administration. So we'll offer it for grades 6 through 8. The instructional program that we're currently offering at community-based classroom will still be offered at both the northern and southern 9 through 12 sites. The 3 remaining students that are at the community-based classroom can choose which of those sites based on where they live. They'll still be able to participate in face-to-face instruction. We're providing additional options. If students want to do virtual, they'll have that option. If they want to do virtual live or taped, they have that option. They will have flexible scheduling, which means if they only need 1 or 2 classes, then they only need to attend school for the time that they have those classes, whether that's in the evening, during the day, and then they need to leave. They don't have to stay in the school day the entire school day. And they will have access to CTE program, the designated CTE programs in those 2 sites. All 3 programs will have a centralized identification process through our new cohort tracker system, which is on point in helping us to determine which of those, we call them tweeners, juniors that should be classified as seniors but are behind because of credits. We'll be able to identify those students as well as those who don't graduate. We'll know already in advance. We know that now by looking at that cohort tracking system, doing a centralized mailing to those students, doing an application process, and then a placement based on that. So we're capturing and filling those positions. And lastly, which is extremely important, within the Maryland Star Rating Program, all of the alternative programs with the graduation cohort, that's community-based classroom, Croom, and Tall Oaks, all have a star rating of 1 based on the components of the accountability framework. Those 3 sites have earned 25%, 26%, and 26% of the possible points available during the 2018-19 year. That was the last time we did star rating in order to receive the star rating. So ultimately, what we're doing is just converting them from schools to programs in order to make sure that I remove them from the state's targeted list. And by us converting the schools back into programs, which they initially started as programs under a previous superintendent, Dr. Clark to be exact, we're able to still provide all the resources and then additional supports and remove the star designation from these 3, just like we did for evening high school, so that they're no longer on the targeted state report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Golson. Board Member Adam Stafford.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to begin by just talking about, when we talk about models of success and how we want to replicate those models, I think the program that is in existence at community-based classrooms is one that we really ultimately want to expand. We know that there are thousands, probably, of students here in our district that could benefit from a program like CBC. But to date, we as a board really have not received comprehensive data of the gaps that exist after COVID. We're unclear on how students are identified for this program. We're unclear of how many students qualify for this program now, how many students will qualify for the new redesign, where will it be located. There, a lot of core components of this plan have not been articulated, and so this can be a yes and. We can keep these schools open and expand the model so that we reach more students that actually really truly need this program. So I just want to go over some of the main points here. CBC has a 95% graduation rate. So our graduation rate in the district is a little over 75%. This is a crucial component because this says that students have a sense of belonging at CBC. That's very important for these students that are on the verge of leaving school. We also see that this program will cost $2.4 million to operate in terms of keeping the current alternative schools open. Okay, this is less than 0.1% of our $2.4 billion budget. So if you look at this diagram, this is the budget. And so you're like, wow, this looks like one big blue circle. That's how small the impact is of the cost to run the CBC program. It's literally that small. So it can't be because of a budget reason that we're closing this school, right? This school is successful. It's almost negligible to our budget, and it has shown success. So the new plan would return students to traditional high schools, in which, we need more information. Would this become a school within a school? The traditional high school for many of these students has been a source of trauma. And a part of the plan that we've been presented with would have students take a program called Edgenuity. As someone who taught Edgenuity, this program, I would like to see what is the data on the efficacy of the Edgenuity program. How many students are passing Edgenuity courses right now in our district? The truth of the matter is that more students need access to this program. And so the way that we could expand this is by keeping this school open. If we're creating schools within school, why does CBC have to close? Keep this community together, make them a component of, I guess, maybe an existing high school. That's what it sounds like is what's happening. I just want to reiterate again that we're making a budget request from the county council. And if this is denied, we would cut these amendments that we're discussing this evening, okay? We're not saying you have to, if you vote to keep CBC, then we're gonna have to cut, all of these other positions here already exist. No, this is an additional request to the county council. And they could very well say, no, we're not going to fund that. And then it would be over, it would end. This process that we're in, we're going to engage in this process until June. We are making a request. You've heard from over 100 people from this community. What our job in the Board of Education is to listen to stakeholders. The administration said in their response to us, they did not consult families when they closed this school. The families found out that the school was closing through the budget process. 100 people, 100 testimonies we've heard. That's what our job is to listen to stakeholders. And so I'm asking you my colleagues, I'm asking you, we need more information. All of those questions that I asked, I'm hoping that we'll get some answers from them, but I'm urging you to ask questions as well. The plan has changed, it's, in my opinion, every time that we've heard about it, and we know the need is greater. I would like to see a comprehensive plan on how we're going to increase the graduation rate, recover these students that are failing, and still continue to support successful programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Adam Stafford. Board Member Thomas, did you have your light on this
Yes, I did.
time?
Thank you. I really appreciate the remarks offered by Board Member Adam Stafford. And similarly, I appreciate the remarks offered by Dr. Goldson. One thing that's been really challenging for me as I've been listening to the conversation around this topic is, Dr. Goldson, when I hear, what your proposed recommendations are, in juxtaposition with the public's disposition towards this, it seems like these are two different forms of reality. And for me, I'm always just a very curious person and want to understand all sides of the conversation. And so when I hear these two sides of reality, my question to you is, would you hash out the public outcry towards your proposal purely to misunderstanding and misconception around the proposal? Or is there something more to it there?
Yeah, so everything that I shared tonight is on every single document that we placed on our website. We've discussed in budget work sessions. Nothing today is new. What I do know, having been a student in this district, is that we're passionate about what we believe and support. Right. And while we sometimes attach ourselves to a brick and mortar and don't want change, this actually is just us, honest and truly, making some revisions to a program in order to make sure we add more seats and we remove a designation that unfortunately we can't control with a star rating at the state level. It's important that I acknowledge that in the graduation rates at community-based classroom are great. Never would take that away from the students, the staff, the administration. Unfortunately, though, the accountability framework measures it under 5 areas. That's how we get the star rating. It's under academic achievement, graduation rate, progress in achieving English language proficiency, which our alternative schools don't get a score for, readiness and post-secondary success, and school quality and student success. The last time, and while the last time we received a star rating because of the pandemic was the 18-19 school year, community-based classroom had great graduation rates. They had 88.24%. But that also goes to show that it's more than just the graduation rate that gives it this 1-star rating. That then puts them on a list for targeted support. So if we go back in time, we realize that previously what has happened when schools have remained with a 1-star or in low categories, it ends up where there's a state intervention or a take. What I'm trying to do is avoid that and still continue to offer supports for students.
Thanks for that clarification, because I think it's helpful, for me and for the public to understand why this is such a polarized issue and where you stand on this. With that being stated, your role as the CEO is, to work along with your cabinet to make decisions that you think are best for the system. And colleagues, my belief as to what I think our role is as board members is to be responsive to the constituents of this county. And I just see it as simple as that. And that in no way is to undermine the CEO's authority and her opportunity to make decisions and push for changes that she thinks are best fit. But colleagues, we have a role and a right to listen to the public. For 4 years, this is my 4th year now being on this board, and I've gotten to experience many different heated, polarized debates on different topics. But this one stands out among them as one where the public has made very, very, very clear where they stand. And I think over the last 2 months, like I think Board Member Adam Stafford said, we've heard over 100 different people, state their opinion and their preference on this matter. And I think, we've engaged in this discussion many times around this board and the fact that there are dynamics in play which sometimes can present this idea that appointed members aren't accountable to the public in the same way that elected members are. And I don't mean to make this a conversation about that, but I just encourage each and every one of you, as you make your vote, that the public is always watching, but let this be, again, a clear reflection of which board members are choosing to be responsive to the constituents of this county. And as it relates to, again, choosing to listen to the stakeholders that we are elected to support, let this vote really reflect that itself. And remember that we are here to serve the public. So that's all I have to say about this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Miller. So, Dr. Goldson, I'd like to, I think I'm supposed to have 3 minutes this round. I'd like to
You're kind of muffled, Board
yield
Member
for you
Boozer.
to answer some of the questions you've heard from the board members. And I'd also like to say that, for the past 2 years, we have trusted your decisions. You've made a lot of hard decisions. There's been change. There's a lot of changes that the public, we haven't had discussions with the public about, and those directly impacted. You just had to make them. And you had reasons to make them. And I would like to, if you could just say a little more about why this is important right now to you.
Thank you for that. So let me be clear. The previous state superintendent, when we started the star rating, myself and a few other local superintendents shared our concern around our non-traditional schools being placed on the star rating list. And the previous state superintendent agreed that, the structure that exists probably is not the best one for non-traditional schools and would consider removing them. That never happened. That state superintendent is gone now. We now have a new state superintendent, and we are now focused on accountability more than ever. And while I'm not trying to skirt accountability, what I do acknowledge is that the supports and services that we provide in our non-traditional schools are different than what we offer in our traditional schools. And to ensure that we continue with the autonomy that we want to do in those alternative, non-traditional environments, the best way to do that is to go back to the plan that we had literally almost 20 years ago, and that's to convert them from schools to programs, which then allows them no longer to be rated. No different than what we did with evening school. That evening school program, both sites were listed as 1-star ratings. They're no longer listed that. We still offer it, and we still get additional funding for our low priority schools, and now can use those funds for those schools which have larger populations of students. It's about timing. So at this point, knowing that our state superintendent will continue to move forward with Kerwin as a focus, I have to make decisions I know will ultimately protect our students and the structure we currently have.
Thank you.
Board Member Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you've made a lot of strides in how we operate in this school system, not only in the classrooms and the school buildings, but also in SASSA. One of the things that I know that has been a great benefit to us is that Office of Accountability, because of the way they track data, the way they're able to put together documents and information so that we can know what not only each cohort is doing, but each individual in that cohort. And so that office to me is one of your stars to help us do better. And as a result of that, I think when you go back, like you said, it was a school-based program 20 years ago. You're saying we're returning back to that, but now we also have that tool that can track individual students to let us know in advance whether or not they need to go onto this track. But currently, what I heard from the young students that returned to PGCPS to take advantage of that is that they did not know that it existed. You said that because we're able to have this data on hand, we can now send out an information package and say, hey, we have this. We see you're struggling. We have this. You do not have to go to that one location. You now can choose which location you want. Now, let me go ahead and talk about how District 9 rocks. Our Croom school, the alternative school, that's 11th and 12th grade, I love that school. Since I've been a board member, I've seen what they can do. Prior to being a school board member, I thought Croom was a place for bad kids to go. It's not. We've had an Olympian there. We've had other kids that have gone on to college and graduate summa cum laude from there because they've had that push, they had that love, they had that support that I hear CBC has. So when I hear you saying you are now enhancing it, you're taking the information that we now have and now you're able to pick and choose those students and give them multiple sites to choose from, I think that that is a benefit. When you said that we're now targeting those middle school students and creating a place for them to go, because middle school, everyone knows middle school is that place where kids are sort of all over the place. Their body is changing, they're exploring more. We find that there's some kids that are in middle school that need that extra support. Now we have a place as a result of this redesign. 9th grade is the most important grade for us to determine whether or not that kid is on the route to graduate. So for us to take those kids that need the support and have them in a program of love and support, so they may get off that track and go to their regular school. We now have a place under this redesign. And I thought that our job was a financial oversight and governance, but board colleague Thomas said our job is to listen to the community. That is our job. Our job is also to educate them to ensure they have the correct information and understand why we're making the decisions that we have to make. And so it is my job to educate people to understand that I know you need a school in your district, but it'll take us 10 years to get there. But now we have the ACF and we have the modular building. We now can improve how we do that. It was my job at that time to educate people about that process. And I think it is our job as board members to educate parents and the constituents about this redesign. We have to fully understand all the things that it takes to rate a school, to ensure that we're providing every student with the best services that we can provide. So I am in support of how you plan to redesign this because we're going to be able to affect much more students. Can you remind us how many kids will remain in the CBC at the end of this school year?
So we anticipate, because of the amazing work of the staff and administration, that the students who are currently seniors will all graduate. So that will leave 3 juniors that we will provide that individualized support at their location of their choice for in-person instruction.
So currently, those 3 students have one location to go to. Where is that location?
That's at the community-based classroom, which is currently located with the International High School.
In Langley Park?
At Langley Park.
So if someone lives in my district, they would have to travel to Langley Park.
Yeah, well, correct. Remember, it's named in Langley Park, but it's really right across in Bladensburg.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Williams. Board Members Mickens Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when the young folks stood before us the first time at that first board meeting, I said to myself, I've got to see that school. I must go to that school. And thanks to my board member colleague, Ms. Adam Stafford, I was able to do that. And I appreciated that. Now I want to show you something, because I did my work. These are everybody that came before us. I have all the sheets. I write all over. I do the work. And I hear you. I really do. What I was excited about was, how do we get these services to other students? I even talked to the clinician at CBC. I asked her 2 questions, but one was, can this program be successful in a different community? She said yes. And I asked her one other question, because a lot of times what I hear is that the young adults that come through the program have mental health issues. Well, mental health covers a lot of ground. So I asked them to break it down for me. And they said it's anger issues. And I'm going to tell you something else I learned. I learned that it was a complement of 68 students. I also learned that 66 of them were going to graduate, which I was excited about. I met a young lady who's going to be a CNA. I met another young lady who's going to work in her father's company. I met 2 young men who are going to be barbers. I went to 5 classrooms, which is CBC. I met the teachers. I talked to them. And one of the things that I said to the principal, other students can benefit from your program. And what Dr. Golson has said is that I'm expanding it. I'm expanding it. It's just going to be in different locations. You know why I'm excited about that? We have young boys, Prince George's County, 12 and 13 years old, out here hijacking cars. Now, the young man that talked tonight about the prison in 20 years, well, what I see is maybe with what Dr. Golson is doing, we may be able to help those students that have decided for whatever reason they want to experiment with the wrong side of the law. So I'm supporting the CEO's position, because one other thing, when I was on the Commission for Women, one of the things we started looking at was coping skills amongst students. Because students, with COVID, staying at home, they were just having a difficult time. And then some of their parents were having a difficult time. Well, I see this embodied in the program. So I applaud you. I appreciate every young person that came before us. Because yes, you had a voice, you exercised that voice. But what you made me excited about is that we can do that program other places and help more students. And we have 133,000. So even if you take 1% of that, that's not a bad return. So I thank you. I thank the principal and Dr. Golson. I thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Valentine.
Thank you. I would say that the highlight of my year and the most important part of being a school board member to me is graduation. I first became a school board member because I'm an at-large member. I don't have a district. I was always the last person to get chosen to give a graduation speech. And I was always given the opportunity to give a graduation speech at a school called Croom. And I was wondering, what is a school, and why is no other school board member speaking there? And in some cases, not even asking to speak there. Let me see this school. Visited the school, met the principal, met the students, and I took to this school. And I gave the graduation speech every year up until COVID. Shook every hand, met every parent, came back to PTA meetings. And so I appreciate when parents heard, we're going to close alternative schools in Prince George's County, they came out. If I was not on the school board and I heard they were going to close alternative schools in Prince George's County, I would have been here, my wife would have been here, everyone I know would have been here. And so I appreciate the students coming out. They're going to close down a school? Oh, heck no. Closing down schools is the hardest thing for any school board in America to do. It's the hardest thing to do, I kid you not. Ironically, we had an unsung partner come in here today, Vanessa Parrish, and she said, I used to attend this school. We are having a school board meeting in a school that was closed. I want to be a fly on the wall in that discussion. When Sasser was closed, when Harmony Hall, which used to be a school, was closed, When we're, all the schools around the county that were previously schools that had students and families that were closed. It is the toughest thing to do. This is not the first time we considered closing or consolidating schools. And so when you hear the word close, your ears pucker up. And then I said, hold on, let me get this information. Are we closing first all the alternative schools? No, we're not. Are we closing or are we consolidating? Board Member Valentine, we're not closing, we're consolidating. What does that mean for the students? Because I understand, I'm hearing from constituents that they're saying we need more space. Teachers are saying it, principals are saying it. I'm told, no, we're not going to, we're going to actually give more opportunities for students. I'm hearing students need services. I'm hearing students need transportation. And so over the last couple of days, me and Dr. Golson have had long conversations. I'm hearing these things. Please clarify for me. And so I come, like a lot of parents and folks who will come here tonight, to understand. Because I'm not perfect. We're not perfect. But this is the hardest thing to do when people hear closure. And so I don't cast aspersions on anyone for maybe after more information. Education policy is hard. It's hard. But we have to make tough decisions. And so I guess my question to you, Dr. Golson, particularly around what will life be like differently next year for the three remaining and others as it relates to transportation, as it relates to services. We had a member of our staff come in and say that students need social work. They need other services. How will life be different for students and parents with this transportation, access, graduation, and then also you mentioned the star rating. And I asked you particularly, how is this compared to other districts around the state? And are we playing on a similar playing field as well? Because oftentimes when people say Prince George is this, Prince George is that, I often say, hold on, I know what's going on in other districts. They're playing by different rules and we're trying to compare one another. That's just not fair. And so please just explain, because I come to this as a parent and an educator and I need to understand that. So when I do get asked questions about whichever way I vote tonight, I want to be able to answer them. Thank you.
So the additional supports that every school will have will be a new position, which is a student advocate. Some of the schools have behavioral intervention specialists. So this is an example of where we didn't do justice because there were inequitable services, but everyone will have that. Transition coordinator, a pupil personnel worker, professional school counselor, mental health clinician, social worker, and then a program coordinator. In terms of Prince George's County and other districts, yes, I've had the opportunity to talk to other superintendents, and while we are only one of few in this dilemma, the issue is that those school districts had already created non-traditional programs. What I'm not able to track down historically is how we shifted and why we shifted from programs to schools. And I've not been able to track that down, but the need to have to go back to a program without removing those services is what we're doing in this program.
Thank you, Dr. Golson and Board Member Shea Adams Stafford.
Thank you. Dr. Goldson, I guess I have a few questions just related to what the consolidation means. So you're saying that we're consolidating schools, but then at the same time, we're talking about expanding services to more areas. So when we talk about the qualifiers for students being in this program, what is the determining criteria for a student to be in this alternative program?
So it varies. So right now, our current 9th and 10th graders are those students who are repeat offenders. So that means that they've been in their traditional school and they weren't successful in achieving their credits in 9th grade, and moving to a smaller learning environment, smaller class size, individualized instruction, and moving to a semester schedule allows those students to now have the ability to capture credits faster than they would in a traditional setting. That's typically what happens for our 9-10, and we do the same for 11-12. Those are students who ended up needing to repeat that grade, and because they weren't able to acquire the courses. For the community-based classroom, those were students who were targeted who had not graduated, who expected to graduate, didn't have the credits, and did not choose to take an option of a summer school or an evening school option, because we do have a variety of options.
So, and just for board members, to determine whether a student is on track for graduation, you might use a process like RTI, which was just voted down to determine what supports a student might need. But I just want to
What you would
make that
use are
note.
credits that the state has defined that you must acquire in order to graduate, to meet the state's graduation. So that's what we use.
So I guess then, how many students would qualify for this program under the expansion that you're proposing?
So the good thing is that in our cohort tracker system for right now, so for example, we have 561 students right now who recall tweeners. Those are students who are in the 11th grade, should be in the 12th. So right now, we can use our graduation cohort tracker, and a principal could literally go in this second and look to see who those students are in their school. Let's say by chance, out of those 561, I'm principal at school A, and I have 20 kids that fit in that category. Of those 20, 10 of them are able to get the credits they need, and they actually able to go on and graduate in a 4 or 5 year cohort. But let's say there are 10 more that don't. Then those are 10 that I immediately now can attract to any of our non-traditional programs to make sure that they get those credits so that they can get out. And in some cases, it might just be 1 or 2 courses, not even a full schedule.
So I guess I'm trying to understand, if we know that there are more students that will qualify for this program, first of all, can you provide this type of data to the board that would demonstrate across the district how many
Definitely.
students will qualify? And then what would be the impact next year in terms of where students would go? It seems to me that this is going to become a program within each of the high schools. Is that what we're looking at?
Once again, it's not in each of the high schools. Once again, as I shared earlier, we will have 2 locations. Annapolis Road and Tall Oaks are already in that same location. We're combining resources. Green Valley moves to Croom. Now we use Green Valley for our 6 to 8 program.
But so the students that are in Central County, they're going to be students that are going to need support that aren't going to be able to get to either of those places.
And we do transport. We've always transported, with the exception of community-based classroom, and we're now offering that as well.
But see, with us consolidating this to 2 locations, and we're saying that more students need access to this program, do you see that this is the juxtaposition that I feel like a lot of my colleagues are facing, where we're consolidating the program to 2 locations, but we understand from your presentation and from the community that the need is actually much greater.
Thank you for that
what I'm
point.
trying to understand is, why can't this be a yes and? Why can't you keep community-based classrooms in the Central County, take the components of the program that are successful, and expand this program to every high school that is in existence that needs this type of support?
So thank you for that question. So right now, we only have 2 programs. We only have 2 9-10, and we only have 2 11-12. So when you say we only have 2, we only have 2 right now. What we do know from our transportation task force is then when we make a location centrally located, it creates an extreme hardship on transportation, and the travel time is even greater. That's why we have 2 locations, so that we can do a southern and a northern.
As someone in the Central County, I mean, a southern and a northern that is going to, I mean, even with
And
transportation.
even though when we say southern, I can tell you central, when we say centralized, Croom is literally not too far from here. So it's not as southern as we would like, unfortunately.
I think board members, this deserves a lot more thought. This deserves a lot more time. Not to say that the administration has not put thought into this. What I'm saying is, we deserve to have more discussion about this. I mean, there are issues around transportation, how many students will qualify, how they will qualify, how can this be expanded? This isn't something that, making a decision right now clearly there is a need. And so I just want to reiterate that to my colleagues to really consider what we're saying here. How are we going to solve the systemic issue of students not graduating on time? If we have a program that works, why can't we leverage the tools we already have, maintain this program, and expand what is happening here? I also am not clear about when we return students to traditional schools. You know, if students do elect to return to their traditional school, part of the reason students go into alternative programs is because the traditional school is not a good environment for them, in that those students need, you know, more behavioral support. They need more, you know, academic support. Are there going to be specific staff allocated to these students if they return to their traditional high schools?
Yes, that's why we have a transition coordinator. That was one of the 8 positions that I identified.
But is a transition coordinator going to be in every high school?
That transition coordinator is assigned to that student to monitor them and to make sure they get acclimated in their boundary school and to stay with them in terms of monitoring their progress in their boundary school. Are they going to walk with them every day and hold their hand? No.
But that's only one student. I mean, we're talking about we're just saying hundreds of students that need this type of support. So wouldn't the alternative really be for us to say, okay, let's really think methodically about how we can take the entire program, not just, you know, allocate staff for 1 or 2 students. Let's take this program and build upon it. Like, I'm not clear on how dedicating staff to 1 student is going to solve our serious systemic graduation issue.
It doesn't stop with just one. Let's be clear. What we do right now is a conference with the student, the parent, and the base school that they're going to go back to for the transition process. There are cases where we've had students who've gone from our 9-10 location and who have moved to our 11-12 location because they're not ready to go back to their boundary school with lots of students. And so we help to facilitate that as well.
Very much. Oh boy, you guys. I mean, I hear everything you're saying, Dr. Golson, and I understand what you're saying. And Shayla, board members, Adam Stafford, I was saying the same thing. Wait a minute, why is it not going to be in Central? What are you talking about? You know, when I hear something talk about Central County, when I know that's who I represent, I'm very concerning of it. But what I want my colleagues to understand is, and also you too, Dr. Golson, is I hear very clearly about you saying, and you guys weren't about the testing and the 1% rating or 1-star rating. In all reality, we have hotels and car dealerships that are rated at 1 star, but they don't shut the hotel down. Motel 6 still going on. Matter of fact, they just extended, and sometime they get a 4-star that's called Westin, but it's still the hotel. So in all reality, we must start being diverse and think outside the box. Because something is a 1-star, I keep saying we're a diverse society. It may fit the people, and we have to realize that some things are better for certain people. I drive a Cadillac, and some people drive a Pontiac, and some people say Pontiac is, and you guys heard it, or whatever, think it's a Cadillac. You know, but certain things fit certain people, and we have to realize that community-based school has done a great job of fitting the needs of the students who have attended. And yes, I keep hearing you guys saying something about 3 students, but guess what? It's so many more that will be going next year. In all reality, this budget and all of these work sessions has opened reality and doors for a lot of parents who didn't even know about, a lot of students who didn't even know the opportunity. So it will definitely be more than 3 students going next year. People want to go to that school. So I think we need to look at it also and look at that. So I just wanted to add that to you guys. Sometimes I know we may think we need to shut things down because they may be a 1-star rating. We don't shut it down. We still keep that 1 star because it's suitable for some people who could go there or who could afford it or who it's for. And I say diverse is for certain people. But what we do is make things better, just like you're trying to make things better. You still keep your 1 star, but then you do a 5-star, you do a 4-star, you do another program, but you don't set the 1 star down. I just wanted to add that. Okay. It was misinformation. Thank you for saying it so very much.
I'm sorry, you can find it on the website.
Board member, have you finished, board member?
Yes,
Queen?
I just,
Board member
want to
Queen.
close with that because, I did hear that I'm thank you for the misinformation. It's just, it was about testing. But I've also heard and saw the notes when I read how people said they were getting students who came to them and they were lacking things from, from elementary school to middle school. So I do hear that also. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Golson.
Board member Murray. Did you want to respond, Dr. Golson? Board member Murray.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. We have so many things in our school system that need fixing, but our alternative schools are not one of them. It is inherently wrong. It is systemically racist to use star ratings to talk about closing an alternative high school. This is a school of last resort when our neighborhood schools sent these students away. We heard from our students' colleagues, why do we have public comment? We had students telling us, graduating seniors who won't be around to benefit from the school staying open, saying this school was the only school that helped me. We don't need to name the names. They named the names of the schools that they were at. They said people did not care about them. They said there weren't teachers to give them the attention they needed. We've heard a lot about what it might be under the new plan, the students that it may help. Colleagues, we already have something that works. We cannot put students who are put out of our schools into one school and then hold them up next to other schools. We have magnet schools in our school system where we bring students in because they have good test scores and we're going to hold them and weight them equally. Colleagues, our job is not to substitute our opinion for that of the people we represent. We have heard loudly and clearly. I appreciated the comments from parents, from teachers, but what I most appreciated was hearing from the young people who came on their own time to speak about the school that turned their life around. Colleagues, this should be an easy vote. We hear so often about the division in the board. Why does the board fight? They're not even arguing over anything. Why can't they all vote the same way? Colleagues, join me in supporting this. This should be unanimous. We should be able to unite around this. But I don't want to hear that there's no reason that colleagues are arguing. This should not be a clear divide, but it is. We hear our elected board members saying, I heard my constituents. We are supporting this. I'm asking, just think we have 5 votes. Can we just get one more colleague to support this tonight and keep these open? And the last thing I want to say is that we have given other schools grace during the pandemic. I remember charter schools asking for extensions because it wasn't fair to evaluate them during COVID. They didn't even have standardized tests. You're going to hold them accountable for data that's 2 going on 3 years old? We said, no, we can't do that. We voted unanimously to give them an extension. But tonight, we can't extend an alternative school because we're going to hold them accountable to data from 2018, 2019. Colleagues, we must be kidding. Please join me tonight in supporting keeping CBC and alternative schools open.
Board member Thomas.
Yield my remarks.
Board member Boozer. Strother.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I think, I appreciate my colleagues' comments and concerns that right now we're dealing with the student population, former students that need to finish these courses to graduate that are today. A large number that what I'm hearing is there is going to be a concerted plan to reach these students and bring them back into the multiple options, including the new CBC model of the 2 campuses, evening high school and the summer courses. One thing I also heard that I agree with is what is going to help us have fewer students need the services in the future? And I wanted to ask about, I know that the Blueprint for Maryland's Future 9th grade tracker through 9 through 12 that is designed around college and career readiness. Are you anticipating that the new 9th grade tracker is going to have data that is going to help?
So when I reference the cohort tracker system, it is that system that has to be done by Kerwin. We are fortunate that we had already started the process before the legislation was approved. So we are one LEA, and I do want to give credit to Ben Levenger and Anthony Whittington, who were like masters at the creation of our cohort tracker system. It does do that. It will connect them directly to courses, and to community service credit as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? I see no lights.
Calling for the vote.
Roll call.
Motion to amend the FY23 budget to include alternatives. Mrs. Adam Stafford?
Yes.
Brother?
No.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Murray?
No.
Sarah?
No.
Please refrain from making noises while I'm calling the vote. Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Queen?
Stephanie, yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Same.
Mrs. Williams?
No.
Dr. Miller?
Abstain.
Nays? 5 ayes.
Motion failed. Next amendment, Mr. Harris.
I move to amend the motion on the floor to include expansion of restorative practices training.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Board
member.
You want to do it?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I mean, it's no use of discussing it because everything is just gonna fail through. So let's just move on and not waste our taxpayers' dollars or the people who have taken time out to come here. So I think we just should move forth and call the vote. No offense, but the appointed board members are gonna vote, and some of the elected are gonna vote the way they wanted to vote, no matter what. These were amendments that we worked really hard in the budget committee, and I'm really disappointed in it. So let's move forward. Do not, just move on.
Board member Boozer, Strother.
Yeah, I discuss. Dr. Goldson, you've provided a response, and there is Restorative Approaches 5-year expansion plan. Can you please cover that for us?
Correct. So when the request came through, it was to expand restorative practice. We actually have a 5-year plan for that expansion. And so what I did was then put that plan here so that everyone could see it. The 2022-23 plan is already embedded in our budget request. So we don't need to do an amendment because it's here. It's in our base, in my request. So what you see here in our administration's narrative is what we already included, because just like mental health, it has been our plan to expand mental health. Our time frame for mental health was 3 years, and our restorative practices was over the 5. So that's what you see here. It's already included in the budget.
Board members, were you through?
Yes, thank you.
Board members Adam Stafford.
So maybe Mr. Herbstman can speak to this a bit. The amendment actually really is for us to ensure that educators receive training for restorative practices during their working hours. As it stands right now, in the plan, educators have to attend trainings after school and during the weekend. Restorative practices are about building community. It's not like a one-day training that you can go to and then you say, oh, we're doing restorative practices. It's an ongoing effort to bring community into schools. And so there has to be continuous training, continuous evaluation in order for it to be done well. I don't know if you all look on Facebook or talk to your constituents about what school has been like this year, but it has been extremely challenging for educators and families that are dealing with behaviors that they haven't encountered because of the impact of this educational disruption. And so using restorative practices, these are ways that we're able to transform our disciplinary systems in order to support students in a way that doesn't lead to the school to prison pipeline. And so what we're asking for is that instead of workshop pay, actually that teachers would be paid substitute pay and that the trainings would take place during the day. And Mr. Hurstman, we talked about this. I don't know if you want to share how this would impact the budget. It could save us money.
Yep. Actually, let me respond to it. So we actually moved from doing during the day training right before the pandemic, maybe 6 months before, because we found that we really needed teachers to be in front of students for direct instruction, and we found that we were offering so much professional development that we had teachers who were out like once a week doing professional development, which is why we moved it to the evening. But in this budget request that we have, we are hoping to be able to, if we get the funds, increase substitute pay, which will allow us hopefully to attract more substitutes. So if we are able to increase the pay and attract more substitutes, I am more than willing to find a way that we can offer both in the evening and also during the day, where it doesn't cost us more, because you are correct. When you offer during the day substitutes, it's less than it would be for the substitute pay. It's all contingent upon if we're able to attract more substitutes, because if not, what ends up happening is that a colleague, educator, ends up having to cover the class while that teacher's in training. So I'm definitely, if we're able to get the funding so that we can give substitutes more money and we attract more subs, you don't need an amendment for that. You have my word and commitment that I will look to make sure we offer a little bit of both if we have enough subs to do that.
Board Member Queen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Dr. Golson. I think what you guys need to realize, these amendments are really so important. I stated earlier that the menu was already set, and I know you're the CEO and you get to bring the budget, but I think it's important that we, not just the board members, but that the stakeholders have a say-so, that our parents and our teachers, and I'm not seeing that when I see the budget is set. I think going forth with a school system, when you and your team do the budget, you need to leave a percentage so that when board members do have a change, that there is some money there to do that. I didn't see that in that budget. We came forth with some great amendments. And I'm gonna be honest with you, great amendments that our constituents are asking for. 60% of taxpayer dollars is what is doing Prince George's County public school budget. This is why I'm moving higher, to make sure that some of that money is dedicated for things that our stakeholders who are paying taxes for are getting. We must, when we set a menu, get a menu that they want. And that's not what we're doing, Dr. Golson. It's so important that we are listening to our stakeholders, to our taxpayers, to the elected board members who represent these people. I cannot say that enough. Going forth, I would hope you would understand as I leave, it's important that when you set a menu, you leave something on the table for guests, for your stakeholders and your parents and the board members that add to the menu. Thank you.
Board Member Boozer, Australia.
Yes, thank you, Chair Miller. Dr. Goldson, I wanted to take a step back and just talk about what restorative practices and restorative practice schools are in PGCPS. You know, the Community Schools District Steering Committee, our coordinator, Robin McNair, has come and educated us on that a school that is a restorative practices school, this is quite an undertaking. It's a transformation. It is a way of being that is part of the school. Can you give some context just to where PGCPS is in schools actually, I guess you would say, maybe earning that title of the restorative practice school?
It's a mindset change. It's very similar to back in the day, which we still have, is PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Support. You have to have buy-in of every staff member in that building because you have to change behaviors and actions. Ms. Awana spoke tonight about a student who said in the middle of class, I need a healing circle. Like, you have to be willing to stop your prescribed curriculum right then to meet the needs of that school, that student group, so that you can get to what's bothering them, so that they can focus on instruction. It's a heavy lift because you have to make sure that every person in your building actually agrees and commits to that work. And it starts, and Board Member Adam Stafford is right, it is continuous training. It's not a one-time training. And it takes place over time. You do have to retool your training skills. You have to equip students, because sometimes you end up having student leaders who are also helping with those healing circles and training. You monitor data constantly because you're making sure that you're offering interventions and supports before you even consider a suspension. It's what we ultimately want in every school, because it allows you to see the child for who they are, not for the behavior that could have gotten them an extreme consequence. But it takes time and a lot of training. And it's ongoing. No one person can implement restorative practices in our schools. Every teacher has to be willing to do it. So you can't just say, hey, I'm going to send you to the restorative practices coordinator. It doesn't work like that. Everyone does. So the expansion piece, that's why the expansion seems like it's slow, because it is a heavy lift. It's a whole lift of an entire building. Even when you have turnover in that building, you don't even want new staff in if they don't believe in restorative practices, because other than that, you're slowing the process down of your school.
Thank you, Dr. Colson. Board Member Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One board member said that there were great amendments that were presented out of OBASA committee, and they were. They were so great that you already had them in the budget. Restorative practice started at the board, a conversation of restorative practice started at the board when I was in
Excuse me, Board Member Williams. I'm going to ask the people in the audience to please give respect to the board members who are talking.
And so, as the first time I heard restorative practice was in 2016 when Loopy Grady was a board member. And I was trying to understand that perspective, and I learned a lot in asking questions. I learned how it took time to develop a program. It took some years to develop a program. At some point, the program was there and you all started to implement. And I used to sit on the Academic Achievement Committee, and we had schools come in who were just getting into it. And they were talking about how the principal had to accept this. Staff had to accept this in order to implement it with fidelity. And we're asking in this amendment for more restorative practices, but you already have a plan to implement. So that just says that these are great amendments, but they're already incorporated in your budget. Therefore, we don't need the amendment. We're not voting against or voting down extra restorative practices. What we're doing is saying it's already there. Is that correct?
Correct. And this request, as I understand Board Members Adam Stafford saying, her only request for this one is that it not be offered in the evening, that it be offered during the day. And my commitment is that if we're able to offer an increased sub pay and we're able to attract more substitutes, I have no problem offering both.
Exactly.
But it is contingent upon us getting enough staff members, because substitutes. Because what I don't want to do is commit to doing it during the day, and it ends up that a teacher ends up having to cover one of their colleagues' classes.
Correct.
When they've gone to get restorative practice training during the day.
Exactly.
As long as the
So you're
substitute could
saying
be in
that-
there, I'm fine with that.
You're saying that because of the fact we have on this side of the conversation a limited number of substitutes available to fill the space for a teacher to take the class during working hours, we can't do that. But should we get to the point where we have a great substitute pool to support the teachers being out of the classroom, it's there.
Correct.
Because we already had it in place and we're moving to develop
Correct.
that program.
Correct. So we
we're
didn't need
not-
an amendment for it.
So we're
Just my
not
commitment.
saying no to allowing teachers to do that. We're saying at this moment in time, because we know coming out of a pandemic, we're short on teachers, we're short on substitutes. It's just not feasible at this time. But because we already have thought through this program, the ability to do what is asked for in this amendment is there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Shayla Adams Stafford.
I guess my question is, how do you measure the efficacy of a restorative practice program? We have, 18 schools that are restorative practice schools. In order for a restorative practice program to be successful, the teachers need ongoing training. That's what this amendment is about. And so if you're saying that we're going to wait until we have enough substitute, or that we have the substitute pool enough so that we can sub teachers out so teachers don't have to cover classes in order for teachers to get during the day training, you might as well not have restorative practice schools. You might as well not do it, because you're never going to have that type of equilibrium. What I'm saying is whatever money was already allocated for workshop pay, direct that towards substitute pay, which is less money than what you're already paying for workshop pay. Let the teachers in the schools take the training during the school day, during their contracted hours. I don't know how to explain this in any other terms. Like today, through my company, we held a training for teachers all across America about restorative practices. You know that Prince George's County really can be a leader, a national leader, in the fact that we have made this bold commitment to so many of our schools adopting this policy. But what will the data show about the commitment that we've made if there are no resources allocated towards the training to ensure that it's done properly? Restorative practices are not PBIS. Restorative practice isn't even restorative justice. The restorative justice is a byproduct of a restorative practice. And a practice is something that has to be maintained over and over again. And so all we're saying is, I'm saying a reallocation of resources that's not dependent on if we have more substitutes or what have you. I'm talking about if you were going to do 4 trainings a year, you're going to do them after school. I'm saying do them during the school day, and that's actually going to be less money. I just don't understand this. Everybody should vote on this budget amendment, right? It's less money. What's the problem? Like, we're voting everything down. Let's vote for something that's going to actually save us money in the long run.
Can I just quickly respond with what I understand? What I understand is that we're not saying they cannot get the training. We're saying because if we do it during the day, during working hours, that classroom will have to be led by a substitute. Because we do not have a substitute pool that could cover that, we're still allowing the teachers to be trained on the weekend and after hours. We're not saying you can't get it weekend and after hours. We're saying during the day right now, logistically, it's not feasible, but it's still there. So training, ongoing training is available and it's there. We just cannot, from what you laid out this amendment to be, it's about doing it during the day, during their working hours, which means we have to take that teacher out of the classroom and backfill it with a substitute, which we do not have that resource. But they still can do it on the weekend and after hours. That is what we're saying.
Can I please
Is that correct,
respond?
Dr. Golson?
Dr. Golson, can I please respond? With all due respect, Vice Chair Williams, asking teachers that are already overworked to take a training on after school and on the weekdays, this is what makes a program ineffective. Aren't we giving $4 million to increase our substitute pay to be one of the highest in the region? Isn't that what we're already approving? So why would we preemptively say that we're not going to have enough substitutes? This is, or that the substitutes, or that we wouldn't be able to, even if a teacher had to cover a class, we're talking about what do we have, 18 schools out of 200 schools? We're talking about a small subset of teachers that are receiving a training that impacts the entire school body. And so what I'm saying is, this is a logistical thing, and, you know, at the end of the day, it's just a suggestion. I mean, what do I know? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but hey, I'm just saying, in order to have effective professional development, having it on a Saturday for a school-wide program, it is not going to be successful. And we need these programs to be successful because, again, I don't know if you all are paying attention to what's happening in our schools. Kids are fighting, they're getting expelled, they're bringing, all of these things are happening, and restorative practices are a way to stop some of those behaviors from happening.
Can I please
Board
speak?
Member Quinn. Oh,
I just wanted to say, I think we're at a point where we all must be tired and we're not hearing each other. Because I started this conversation saying, I am willing to offer during the day training if I could get more subs. That's my word and my commitment. You don't need an amendment for it. My word is my bond. I've been doing this for a while now. So what I say I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do.
Board Member Queen.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. The only thing is, Dr. Golson, I think it's going to be hard to get sub. My daughter just last week took the sub training, and she said Prince George's County Public School must be a joke if they think I can get 45 hours in and then still do. That's kind of hard with the school year going on now, and we expect subs to come in later in the year to get that. I think it's some things that we have to adjust to if we want to get more subs. I say that also when I said with bus drivers and everything else, it's things that we have to look at as a school system. And we want people who are qualified, who with degrees. We can't expect them to do certain things that, 45 hours was good when you started in August or September, but now you're talking about going almost into March. You know, even by the time, it's going to be hard, especially if someone is willing just to do sub when they have available. So that's one of the things that I do want to add to that. But I also want to say, we realize that it is important. We realize that substitutes do need to get paid. We know that this restorative practice is so needed, as I talk about the 11 to 15-year-olds getting in trouble, and as I, being a foster parent, raising some of these kids with so many different issues. It's in the household, so we know it's important. And I do thank you for putting it on the table and saying you're putting your word as your bond, and knowing that it does need to be done. But the thing is, as stated, these amendments going forward, one of the things is that I gave up an amendment that I requested on the BAFA chair, is to have lunch and recess monitors. I wanted that to help. I gave that up so we can have some of these amendments. You know, I was like, okay, you know what, I'll pull that off the table. I know lunch and recess monitors work. I've seen it work for our school system for years as a parent who's been in this school system for years, who's been PTA president. Lunch and recess, whether it was parents volunteer or whether it was the ones that we used to hire, it works. It takes relief off the kids. I pulled that back as a budget amendment so we can do some of these things that are so very important. What more very important than restorative practice? I just want to add that. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Board Member Mickens Murray.
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote. Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Motion to amend the fiscal year 23 budget to include restorative practice training. Mrs. Adam Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Boozer Strother.
No.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Boozer Strother, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mrs. Mickens Murray.
No.
Mr. Montero.
No.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Queen. Thomas.
Aye.
Mr. Valentine.
No.
Mrs. Williams.
No.
And Dr. Miller.
No. Motion
6 nays.
fails.
Okay.
I move to amend the motion on the floor to include parent professional program amendment.
It has been moved in second to accept the amendment parent to para program. There's unknown budget implication. Any discussion? Board Member Adam Stafford.
Okay, so this budget amendment, I had a chance to talk to Mr. Hertzman, and I said, you know, I think that for $500,000, we could expand our paraprofessional program to support one of the initiatives that came out of the English Language Learner Work Group, which was to use innovative methods to diversify our teaching staff. I don't know if you are aware, we only have 4% Latinx teaching staff. Our Latinx student population is growing. It is growing quite rapidly, and these students, as a part of culturally responsive teaching and learning, need to see a reflection of themselves in the classroom. And this is not just for Latinx students. This is for multilingual learners. You know, there are many people in our community that are not native English speakers. And so parents are a great source of capital, human capital that can become members of our school system as employees, as paraprofessionals. This program, doing a program like this, it does two things. First of all, it builds on our already successful paraprofessional program. So we have a great program that takes paraprofessionals and turns them into educators. We provide them with mentorship, support, you know, helping them study for those exams. We already do a great job of that. But this is what equity is. All of us on this board care about equity. I know y'all falling asleep, but I'm not gonna stop talking about equity. So I hope that you all are listening. Everybody on this board talks about equity, equity, equity. Equity is meeting the needs of people with the resources they need then. In order to get parents to become paraprofessionals, we have to use different strategies. We may have to go out into the community, bring them in, give them volunteer opportunities, provide them with resume training, pair with some of our community partners that can help them to become prepared to even pass those exams. Because these are some of the ways that we can use national models of grow your own in order to diversify our pool of educators. And so what we're asking for here is less than $1 million to pilot something which we know would have a positive impact on our teaching population. Again, I just want to reiterate for the public, these are requests. So now we've denied everything else, but this is $500,000 that could potentially have a great, very strong impact on our student population. And again, it's a request. I see we're reluctant to even make a request, but I'm not. So I just wanted to give you that information there.
Board Member Louise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're all tired right now, so I'm gonna keep this brief. But as a student member, as you all may know, I don't get a vote when it comes to the budget, but I get a voice. And when it comes to this amendment, I plan to use it. I want to bring 2 points to my colleagues before we take this vote tonight. As our other colleagues have mentioned, we're facing a teacher and a sub shortage, and it's affecting our students. It's imperative that we open the door to expand this program to invest into growing our teacher pool. As a student, I see how our schools are functioning. I see firsthand how our teacher and sub shortage is affecting our students. And you guys want to know what happens when there's no teacher, there's no sub? Students get sent to the gym or the auditorium, fill in attendance form, and sit. Students are being taken away from their education because we are lacking teachers, because we are lacking subs. We want to expand this program to be able to invest into our teachers. As a Latino student, I cannot emphasize the importance of having a teacher or a principal or just a staff member that looks like you in your school building. Our student population is diverse. It is growing. And it's time that our teacher workforce grows with it. Our students understand this. They elected me as the first Latino student member of the board, and for us to not be able to diversify our teacher workload, our teacher workforce, I think it's time that we invest into this. Like Board Member Adam Stafford mentioned, it is $500,000. All other amendments have been denied, have been turned down. I ask that this be brought forward to the County Council to be considered. This isn't final. I ask that this be considered. So colleagues, I ask for your vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments, Saran Ruiz. Next up is Board Member Boozer Struther.
Thank you so much. Dr. Goldson, you also had a response to this, and, I certainly, something that I've been very concerned about as well. The amendment as written is not as broad as I would like in terms of the different positions to grow these pipelines, but if you could share your response, but also talk about what can we do within the existing budget of the HR department, and what would be a pathway to build this and bring it into the department over, like, not as just an amendment tonight, but as a goal.
So the amendments, all of the recommendations that came out of the English Language Learner Work Group, we actually have charted out for the next couple of years of what we expect to do each year. There were only 4 that I presented to leadership most recently that we should discuss further that we can't support, but that's not this one. And all of our schools we currently have vacant paraprofessional positions, willing to definitely continue to use, as we have outlined in our response, all of the resources to continue to work to attract Latinx community members to those paraprofessional positions. As we've listed here, the National Association of Bilingual Education. We've looked at Frostburg State University, which has a Hispanic serving and we've looked at our Hispanic serving institutions, which includes Frostburg State University. We're working with Excellencia in Education and the Alliance of Hispanic Serving Institution Educators, and we have staff who also attend the National Association for Bilingual Education Conference to continue to reach far more than what we did initially 3 years ago. And we continue to make connections through the use of social media and connecting to our Latinx TV stations as well as our music stations to continue to promote those positions. We definitely want to continue to fill those positions, and I agree with our student member of the board. We want teachers to look just like our students so that they can feel a sense of connection. You can't be what you can't see. So truly understand that. This request, as I understand it, because it came to us last week or 2 weeks ago, is for a parent to paraprofessional, not necessarily to, and over time, I would hope that that paraprofessional would eventually move to maybe a teaching or administrative position with the coursework, but this is for a parent to paraprofessional. We're not turning anyone away. We have vacancies. We're willing to fill those vacancies. We'll continue to use our mechanisms to do just that. And then most recently, I want to say it was last Thursday, the Maryland State Department of Education also announced that they will be allowing school districts to submit grants in 5 areas. One of those areas is called Grow Your Own. And so that too might be an additional opportunity for us to literally extract this recommendation and put it in a grant form. What we would have to do, though, is be very explicit. Board member Adam Stafford said the $500,000, but we have to be clear on what that $500,000 is for. And that was not provided in that budget amendment as we're making that request in the grant application.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, everyone's comments, particularly around teacher diversity, particularly around the enrollment in our school and where our school is going. And so a couple of questions for Dr. Golson, particularly because I believe this needs to be done in whatever form it can. One, if a principal is watching right now and is in support of this, do they have the autonomy within their SBB to do this? And I know you've already given the caveat that we're actually already in the hole with SBB. But for those principals who do, could they do this through existing SBB and make a school-based decision on this?
Definitely, and we've had schools who've done that.
We also have 2 programs, at least one program, I'll speak specifically about what we're expanding, particularly the Academy of Health Sciences at Prince George's Community College. Can you talk about your vision, particularly for how that program is going to both diversify and create a grow your own within Prince George's County?
Yeah, we're extremely grateful that our own Grow Our Own program is at Prince George's Community College through our teacher program. So we have students who are earning their associate's degree in teaching, and then we'll connect, let me go back. When they graduate, they have already taken the praxis. And those students then go to a neighboring partnership of universities that have already agreed to take those students on. They will then do their 2 years at the College or University, do student teaching here, and then come back to be a member of our school district. We have other school districts who come to CR. So already, I had the opportunity right before we went into the pandemic to literally go and meet every last one of those students, hear what areas they wanted to go into, and commit to say to them, you are guaranteed a position in PGCPS. Come right back. So we have our very own Grow Our Own program. I'm grateful that in that program, there are African American male, females, and there are Latinx male and females in that program. So that is also another way that we will continue to grow our own. And each year we've expanded the number of seats. So we will be able to bring back to those students, the same ones who graduate from here, just like myself, will be able to come back and teach in our school.
And I'm told there were 45 students who actually applied for that program. And the last point, I understand that there is a grant that we had. I want to know the status of it. At the time, Jerence Campbell was running a program particularly targeted towards Latino male educators. Can you tell us the status of that program about the recruitment and retention of Latino male educators in Prince George's County and the grant or program that was run by Brother Jerence Campbell?
Yep. So actually, we work with Dr. Cristobal, who's at Howard University, who helped us to connect with several universities with the Latinx pipeline to help to bring in educators. In addition to that program, we also met with existing PGCPS staff members who we analyzed their transcripts and looked to see that they actually held maybe administrative positions in another country and then came here and now working with them to make sure that they're able to solidify positions. We're able, because of that program, to select 2 principals who are Latinx that fill those positions now, who we tapped through that program because we were able to identify that they had the credits to move to an administrative position.
Thank you.
Board Member Judy Mickens Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member Adam Staff made me think of something. Dr. Golson, do we still have parents assisting teachers, that program, or the parent liaisons?
We still have parent liaisons in our buildings for the terminology that you're using, yes.
Okay,
for those schools that purchase, yes.
Listening to Board Member Shayla Adam Stafford's suggestion, sometimes you can get a pool of candidates to grow from within that pool. So that might, I'm just suggesting.
That's a good recommendation, and we can continue to use that as well.
Okay.
Board Member Adam Stafford.
Yeah, I just want to kind of explain why a parent to paraprofessional program is different from like a community member being a part of a Grow Your Own program that's housed within a local community college. You know, for a lot of parents, they may face a lot of barriers in terms of getting involved in our school system, right? Like resume writing, job skills training, even translation of some of the tests that are required. And so we have strong community partnerships with like Casa de Maryland and LAYC, like those groups provide a lot of these services already. And so what this amendment is saying is for us to form strong partnerships with them in order to reach people that are not already in the pipeline. There is a step before we start the pipeline, and that's reaching parents that are in the community that could potentially be paraprofessionals. Someone that's in a education program or in a 4-year program, it's going to take them 4 years to turn around and then become certified and then come into the classroom. I'm talking about a parent that could be a paraprofessional now, and that could be translating. I have people in my school, some of you all overlap some, schools and areas with me where they don't have enough people that speak Spanish in their school. I don't know how to say this any more differently. Having a parent to paraprofessional pipeline is a best practice for a school district. It's not a hard thing to do. I'm only talking about $500,000 in which I see people packing up and, okay, while I'm talking, it's all right. But what I'm trying to say is that if you have a program like this that would enable people the opportunity to get exposure to these types of programs, we could significantly diversify our applicant pool and significantly diversify our teaching force. So, this is just showing that we're putting some money towards the commitment that we say that we're making through the English language learning recommendations that we've made, or any of the other proclamations that we've made. That's all I'm saying.
Dr. Golson?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add, in order to be a paraprofessional, all you need is a high school diploma. So I didn't want, I think Board Member Adam Stafford kind of cleared it up later on. I didn't want anybody to think you had to go through a 4-year formal program to be a paraprofessional. You don't have to be.
Board Member Boozer Strother?
Thank you, Chair Miller. I just wanted to add another resource that the Community Schools Steering Committee had begun some job skills training in terms of interviewing and applying, and it does seem like that would be a very natural home for educating parents on jobs in the school system and also opportunities of career growth. So that's something that I certainly will commit to taking back to the steering committee. Thank you.
Board Member Williams?
Thank you. I think we've had a great discussions around the amendments, and I just want to offer one suggestion to my board colleagues on developing these ideas. I think that the question should start with, how are we already doing these things that we come up with these ideas for? When I started the discussion around building new schools, I didn't say, oh, we're not building schools. What I said was, how do we build new schools quicker? That gets you a different response versus saying, I have this idea, now implement it. I think we have to, and what I think we've learned in this discussion is that a lot of the services that these ideas would have provided are already embedded in the school system and within the budget. So I think the question should be, before we conceive and develop the idea, is to say, how are we already providing these services? And with that, I call the question.
Ms. Berkeley, would you call the roll, please?
Motion to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget to include parent para program. Mrs. Adam Stafford?
Yes.
Boozer Strother?
No.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mrs. Mickens Murray?
No.
Mr. Montero?
No.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Queen? Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
No.
Mrs. Williams? Dr. Miller?
No. Motion fails. Now we will move to voting on the budget as requested by the CEO. I have a motion.
It's been already moved and seconded. We were in
okay.
discussion.
Any discussion on the budget?
If there are no more amendments, we could call the question.
Okay. No 14. Board Member Queen.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. As a BAFA committee chairperson, it has been a privilege serving on the BAFA chair this year. Even though our amendments didn't go forth, Dr. Golson, I still say to you, that next year, please bring forth a menu where you're leaving room for board members and our constituents and stakeholders to be able to add to the menu. I think that's so very important. I think this meeting wouldn't have been as long as it was tonight if that is done. I think together we can be a village that work together, and it wouldn't have to do anything against if we're appointed or elected or someone, well, the CEO who is appointed by the county. It wouldn't be. It would be Prince George's County Public School working together. And we can't do that. It's when all stakeholders add to the menu, and that's so very important. I wouldn't invite you to my house and say, hey, I'm having steak, and no, you don't eat steak. I make sure that, hey, you know, what is it you eat? I'll offer you to say, you know, find out what is some of the things that you like, and then add some of the things that you like to the menu, then make sure it's a menu for everyone. So let's make sure that we're doing that moving forth as a school system, because I think when every budget comes, it will be so much easier for our board members, for our communities, to see us all work together in one accord. We can do that here in Prince George's County Public School. I just think it's just the way we go about doing things. Again, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your budget, and thank each and every one of my board members and my fellow colleagues here for staying tonight and realizing how important it is to pass this budget. Thank you so very much.
Board Member Thomas.
Yeah, you know, I guess my mind goes back to the retreat that we had, and one of the discussions was around our role as a board and where we see ourselves fitting in, and what is our job, what is our duty. And I think at the end of the day, truthfully, I think it would be wrong to say or assume that anyone has any intentions other than doing the best that we can and giving our best to the students and the families that we serve. But it just feels very misaligned when ideas and suggestions come forward that you know, really make sense and you know, will serve the public best, and we see votes fall the exact same way every single time around. It's very disheartening. It's very discouraging. It doesn't really set a really strong example for the students in our system that we want to model you know, progressive and bold behavior and bold decision making for. So I'm leaving this meeting disappointed, but also, you know, this is nothing different than what I was expecting. So I just felt like voicing that, you know, and I hope that, you know, as we go forward, board members can have more intentionality around really bringing forth meaningful ideas that can improve opportunities for our students and families.
Board Member Booth, Adam Stafford.
Yes, thank you again, everyone, for the discussion that we had around these amendments. A couple of things. I would ask that the administration will open up lines of communication with board members so that we can meet regularly. A lot of these discussions could have happened before this evening, but we have not been meeting regularly. Additionally, to my colleagues, you know, tonight you voted down even a request. And so it really makes me wonder, you know, when we think about our commitment to the community and stakeholders, I mean, we just silenced the voice of thousands and thousands of people. You just basically said, if board members introduce anything that's even a request outside of what the CEO wants, we won't even take it to be considered. And so it just, why are we here if we're not going to take anything that the community says outside of what the administration tells us and even put it forward, even for a discussion? You're ultimately saying that if the school is ever in a deficit, the school district is ever in a deficit, the Board of Education can never make a budget amendment, which from all that I'm seeing, the school district has been able to put together all of these different funds that we can gather from our fund balance, from the 26 million that we just received, from other funding sources, in order for us to have a balanced budget that we already proposed to the county council. This is a $4 million request that was going to just be that, a request that could have been simply denied. But the fact that that didn't even go to the county council to even be considered, I'm wondering, like, what do you view your role as a board member? You know, I mean, to me, I just hope that You know, number one, you know, if we say that we're going to open up this budget amendment process earlier, that we truly do that. That you truly allow board members to engage in real discussion with the administration about things they would like to see earlier on. And that we could actually bring forward things that people could feel confident in voting in, not scattered information that we receive through budget hearings, through side conversations, and not a coherent message. But all that to say, I'm not disheartened. I'm not going to hold my head down, because you know what I did tonight? I represented for all of my constituents that called, that emailed, that wanted to see budget amendments come forward that represented the issues that they're facing every day. And so, you know, I'm definitely not going to hold my head down in shame. We did what we needed to do today to bring forward these issues. And, you know, the community will hold us accountable for not even sending it forward to the county council to even be considered. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I lead from the front. I'm not going to just sit around and wait until next year to talk about issues that are concerning our communities now. So that's all I have to say.
Board Member Boozer Strother.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Miller, Dr. Goldson. I just want to say that appreciate the hard work ahead of the funds that we need to bring down this deficit. This is a budget that once again is reducing our fund balance that will run out one day. Fiscal responsibility is a value of our constituents as well. And I just need to say that clearly to my colleagues.
Thank you, Board Member Boozer Strother. Board Member Queen.
As person, because I was on call roll, and I had my 5 minutes.
Okay, so then let me go to another person. Board Member Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Golson, for hiring Mr. Herbstman, who has been, he came here, I think, right before the pandemic and took over this budget. And so I wanted to thank you and the staff for all the work that you've done, especially as we reinvent how we develop the budget with the zero-based budgeting and all those things. And I just please extend that thank you to your staff for all the hard work that they have done to this point. We're not done. We will come back to this in June, and your staff will be doing a lot of work to develop that budget. And so I just wanted to jump back on the question of our job and intentionality. The work that we do for the budget does not start when we start our budget review process. Back in September, October, we asked board members to provide priorities for us to have Dr. Golson include. Out of the 14 board members, only 5 board members participated. So the intentionality of developing this budget starts before today. When I have constituents' concerns at my coffee every third Saturday, I take that into account and I put it in the context of where we are in developing the budget. And I explain to educate my constituents about how the budget is developed so that they will recognize when their idea can be incorporated. At a certain point, it's too late for this calendar year. If someone comes to me with an idea after today, I will say, you have to wait until July, and I will add that to my priority list that we gather in September and October. So our job is to be the oversight in governance and the oversight of the fiduciary responsibility that we have here over this $2.6 billion. It is not about what we do here today. It's about what we do all year. And so the fact that we only have 5 board members that participated in that start of our budget process, I'm concerned about that. And so I would ask my colleagues to keep this information in mind, to keep the restorative practices, to keep the information about the alternative schools and the technical assistance in mind as we develop the next budget. You can be using this time to talk to Mr. Herbstman, to understand how our money works, to talk to Dr. Golson's staff to understand how we're already delivering these services, or to get a survey on how we can ask our staff members what it is that you need so we can understand what we have to produce. So we need to be intentional all year long, not just when we're doing this budget approval process at this moment in time. Thank you.
Board Member Thomas.
I just wanted to briefly respond to the remarks from one of my colleagues. Listen, I completely agree that fiscal responsibility is a role that we have as a board, and I agree that it's a role that it's a value that our constituents share, as my colleague has shared. But in the context of these amendments that have been brought forward, I just want to shine a light on the fact that fiscal responsibility is a privilege that people get to claim when they do have affluence, or at least financial backing that puts them in a position to be able to be fiscally responsible. But there are so many of our constituents and families and students that are in need of meaningful ideas and solutions that can help support their academic trajectories. So I agree that there is no doubt that our role as a board is to be fiscally responsible, but I also do think that we play a role to be able to push back, whether it's against administration, or push forward meaningful ideas that are actually going to change the trajectory for our students and their families. So just wanted to add that.
Board Member Valentine.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the comments from all my colleagues. Again, I've been to a few of these. Now I've left feeling some nights disappointed. Some like, this is the last thing I want to do ever again. But at the end, we have to look at it as for what it is. Tonight, we're going to vote on a $2.6 billion investment in our county. I can't walk away feeling any less than $2.6 billion, 130,000 students, 20,000 employees, programs that are producing the world's most excellent students. And we have a student right here who's a walking reflection of that. $2 million for substitutes. And so we talk about the process. This process started a long time ago. In some cases, it started right at the schoolhouse. Principals started the process. And they brought parents in and teachers in. Because in the end, the principal is going to be held responsible for the budget, for the staff. And the voice was there. The school my children attend, I was on those calls, listening in. And that was last year. So I want to thank those. I want to thank everyone who was part of the process. And if you did not get what you want, because none of us ever do, but you also say that this is an investment. And I don't want to leave this place, and I don't want anyone to leave here feeling any less than the fact that we are investing more in our children than the majority of the districts around the country. And it's hard to appreciate that. We could sit here and say everything that we're not doing. I could make a list, but I could tell you when I'm traveling around the country, and I'm telling you the programs that we have. Middle college, we're the only district in the country, in the state, that has a high school on a community college campus. We're the only district that offers Montessori, language immersion, all these programs that we're keeping, funding, and in some cases expanding. And so, again, I've left these meetings over the last 9 years feeling sometimes like, what are we doing? Other times I go home and the first thing I go to is my babies, and whether they're proud of me, and whether I invested in them, and not only just them, and all their friends. To my colleague's point, who don't come from homes where two parents went to college. And so I appreciate all of this, but I will say this, I appreciate all my colleagues. I would not want to be on any other school board in the country, because we are all passionate about education. I would put any of you up against anybody's school board in the country, and I say that with all sincerity. My colleagues are experts in the work that they do, and we disagree. But this is what it is. But I put our parents up against any parent in the country. I put our superintendent up against any superintendent. I put our staff up against any staff in the country. And so please do not leave here feeling like we didn't do something special. $2.6 billion. And all I want to do is look at Alvaro. I just want to look at him because I see so much greatness. I get emotional. Because he's gonna be something special. And if I failed him, if I didn't do the best I could, I apologize, but I did the best I could with what I had. But it's all we can do. All we can do is the best what we got. Did I vote my conscience? Did I vote my data? Did I vote my expertise, my education, my 9 years on the school board, my years working around the country with school districts, superintendents, school boards? That's what I bring to the table. People can question that, but once you say Curtis Valentine's been Curtis Valentine for 9 years. I've been the same guy. And so, again, I thank Dr. Golson. I thank the staff. I thank my colleagues. And we'll be back in advance. I thank my county council in advance. What's going to happen at that level? Deliberation. I put my county council against any county council in the state. They're going to do what's best for our county. I know it, unequivocally. And so I'm leaving here with my head held high, proud of Prince George's County and Prince George's County Public Schools.
Thank you, Board Member Valentine. Board Member Queen, you wanted to be last? Well, you are.
Thank you
have
so
the floor.
thank you so very much, Madam Chair. As the Bar for Kids Committee, I want to first, before we do this vote, thank my committee members, Vice Chair Harris, Board Member Vice Chair Harris, Board Member Boozer Struggle, Board Member Murray, and Board Member and Madam Chair, Dr. Miller. Thank you guys for your service on the Bar for Committee. It's been a pleasure. To staff, I appreciate you guys. I know sometimes I brought some crazy questions and we did, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you for working so hard on this budget. To Dr. Golson, you're loved and appreciated. You know that. To my colleagues, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for being fiscal responsible. But let's always remember, you guys, when being fiscal responsible, that our opinions of the public and the stakeholders matter. We never want to get to the point where we make decisions for them and say their opinions don't matter. We have to listen to them. Sometimes we have to make changes. Sometimes we cannot make changes. We do the best we could do because we are board members. But I thank each and every one of you for your commitment for doing the best you can do for Prince George's County public students. In saying that, Dr. Miller, Madam Chair, I would like to call the vote, please.
Ms. Berkeley, would you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Motion to approve item 5.3. Mrs. Adam Stafford. Ms. Boozer Strother.
Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Murray.
Yes.
Terrell.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Mr. Valentine.
Yes.
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 1 nay, 10 ayes.
The motion carries. The budget for
Sorry, 11.
2023 Board of Education annual operating budget has been approved. We will now move to item 6.0, new business. Board Member Boozer Strother, would you please introduce items 6.1 through 6.6?
Thank you so much, Chair Miller, and thank you, colleagues, for my new role back on the Policy and Governance Committee as Vice Chair. I'm jumping right in. I do want to start by saying that Rahila Ahmed, who recently has departed the board and served on the Policy Committee for many years while I've also been a board member. We were together as chair and vice chair, and then we switched, and we were switched those roles. And I want to say it was one of the most professionally rewarding experience I had working with Ms. Ahmed. She was always so professional, on top of everything we needed to do for the committee. So I just wanted to let her know that if she happens to hear this. The first readers are the new policies: inclusive environments for LGBTQIA+ people and Indigenous Peoples Land Acknowledgement. And we did review these with the board some couple months ago, and now they're in their final form for vote for first reader. And the rescission policies are Board Policy 5119.5, Adult Education Tuition Waiver, Senior Citizens, Board Policy 5110, Public School Choice Transfer Option, Board Policy 5140, No Child Left Behind, Board Policy 6157, Study Habits. Thank you. I guess the vote on first reader.
Okay, did you want us to vote each one or go for all 6? Oh. Okay. May I have a motion?
I move that we approve 6.1 through 6.6 as first reader.
Second.
It's been moved in second to accept first reader 6.1 through 6.6. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor, Ms.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? No opposition. One person is out. Well, the motion carries. Follow-up item. From December 9th, 2021 board meeting, January 13th, 2022 board meeting, February 3rd and February 10th, 2022, and the FY23 budget work sessions are posted on board doc for your review. Item 9.0, motion to confirm actions taken in executive session. There was no executive session due to a lack of a quorum. We only had 5 board members. 5 board members were absent. And so there were the following items did not get discussed, and they were to receive a labor negotiation update, to discuss approved administrative personnel appointments, to receive a report from internal audit, to discuss approved RFP for legal services, to discuss and approve board office personnel matter. With that, I'm asking for a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for this evening. This meeting is adjourned.